Right. Good evening. This is a call to order of the Bridgeport Board of Education regular meeting. Today's March 10th, 2025, and it's 6:30. We'll stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Benningham, can you do roll call?
Good evening, everyone. Christine Baptiste Paris. Akeisha Casimir.
Here.
Maritza Estremera Jimenez. Mr. William Medina.
Present.
Ms. Jennifer Perez. Mr. Joseph Sokoloff.
Present.
Mr. Robert Traber. Mr. Andrew Woodson. Okay, Madam Chair.
The next up, we have our student representatives. I know we have two in person, and I think we have one online. We'll go with in person first.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Aryan Lachman, a representative for Harding High School. Our student council students, with the approval of our advisor and the principal, planned a daily event to have our student council students go on the intercom on morning announcements to recite quotes from famous African-American artists and highlight their impacts on society in February. This was a completely student-led council event. Harding High School's Medical Careers Magnet has also been currently focusing on retrieving sign-ups for the upcoming blood drive on the 28th of March. Our HOSA Future Health Professionals Club has successfully completed the first part of their HOSA competition, which was the cognitive exam. Those with topics that have practical portions will be practicing their skills on March 21st at the HOSA conference at Naugatuck Community College. Winter athletics has also been fully completed, along with celebrating our winter sports seniors, which was a win for boys basketball against Bassick right away, and are currently in preparation and beginning tryouts for spring sports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Christian Bika, and I'm the representative from Central High School. And now for current student news, one of our Central Magnet students was named the Bridgeport Poet Laureate, and she will proudly represent the district and us as well at many poet reading events. And for current news today, we held a wonderful health fair with HOSA and NHS sponsoring it, and we had an amazing turnout, and many partnered organizations like AHEC, Bridgeport Hospital, St. Vincent's Hospital, and Hartford Healthcare Associates, alongside UConn and Sacred Heart University medical students, also help promote mental and physical fitness, along with several other of our students who ran stands a part of HOSA. And also clubs regarding clubs and sports, they've also been doing well, and sports conditioning is occurring currently with boys volleyball to be done this month. With many, I know that they're gonna sign up for it and try out for the season since it's a very popular sport there. And Central, on the 28th of February, they also had a blood drive recently sponsored by National Honor Society, and they got 28 out of 30 allotted pints of blood, and we found that was better than last time, and we'll continue to do one in the future. And for senior prom, we're also planning a dress drive so that seniors, they could be guided with help and finances, or even just donating prom dresses, so that if cost is a large issue for them, then they could get dresses for the special occasion. But in terms of the nominee, we also have a wonderful nominee for the Barnum Festival Student Royalty section. And I know that they're gonna go for the interviews, which are, I believe, next week. So we look forward to that. But otherwise in the future, we plan to hold a STEM fair, which I'm working on setting with the School Governance Council, and we also want to do a Women's History Month assembly and also a Spirit Week, which we want to hold in the last week of March so that we can promote school unity and spirit. But other than that, Central is doing good, and we plan to hold much more events too, like SAT preparation, as the year goes by well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I believe there's some student representatives online, so you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Bernadette Kadaisi, and I attend Fairchild Wheeler Aerospace. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of my school. We would first like to thank Dr. Avery and Dr. Saki for coming to our campus to celebrate Black History Month. We were so glad that they made it, and it was great to hear their voices as Black leaders in the community. We're also preparing for next month's SAT by utilizing the half day this week for an SAT boot camp across the Fairchild campus. Students will be taking practice ELA and math sections of the SAT to further familiarize themselves with the necessary software, question format, and general digital layout of the exam. We're excited to celebrate Pi Day this incoming February, March 14th. And the National Honor Society has been planning a Pi Day pep rally that will involve fun games and with a Pi Day theme. It should be a fun way to end this week. Thank you again for the opportunity to represent Fairchild Wheeler Aerospace.
Thank you. We have two representatives from BMA. Yes.
Hi, my name is Ellie Mercedes, and I go to BMA here at Bridgeport Military Academy. And here's my report. 2 weeks ago, we had hosted a Black History Month presentations featuring guest speakers from various professional fields, including law enforcement, firefighting, music, fashion design, medicine, and cosmetology. These professionals engaged with students in sharing their experiences and insights. Last week, we saw a significant improvement in Reading Plus performance, with the percentage of students reading at or above grade level increasing from 9% to 25%. Additionally, we organized an obstacle course fundraiser to support our annual military ball, which was a great success. This week on Friday, the majority of our student body will be attending the St. Patrick's Parade alongside with the rest of BMA cadets. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all our student representatives for presenting tonight. Are there any more in the crowd? Okay. Are there any questions for our student reps from the board members? No? Okay. Thank you. You're welcome to stay and enjoy the meeting, participate in the meeting too. The next item we have public comment. And so our first speaker is Mr. Andrew Sims. Just click on the microphone.
Can you hear me? Is it on? Good. Members of the board, I am here tonight to specifically speak about phase 2 of the Raptor alert system. I attended a demo with the district about the Raptor emergency response system this past fall, and nothing has been done to implement the technology since. I'm aware that some board members are opposed to the Raptor system. However, I believe there is some misinformation and confusion related to what teachers and parents are asking for specifically. The Raptor ID machines seem to be a controversial topic. We are not interested in this at this time, and these security measures can be debated later. What parents and teachers are seeking to be implemented in schools is the Raptor emergency system. This allows teachers and staff to alert others in the building if there is any type of emergency or active shooter situation. This is incredibly important technology to have in schools, especially in K through 8, where teachers are spread throughout the buildings and cannot register if there are threats occurring elsewhere in the building. PA systems cannot be relied upon to communicate during emergencies. This Raptor technology is a silent alert system. It is much safer for teachers or staff to report emergency situations, especially when the directive is to remain silent to stay safe. The technology can easily be used to also communicate other emergency scenarios, such as a student injury, cleanups, etc. The app allows for such. This system has already been purchased and has been sitting with the district for years now. The financial commitment has already passed. So what are we waiting for? This technology can be life-saving. I know for a fact that districts like Monroe and Norwalk have this in place and swear by the value and success of it. We owe it to our students and staff to have this technology in Bridgeport Public Schools. I wouldn't want to look back and say we could have saved more lives if our leadership acted more proactively. The time to act is now.
Thank you, Mr. Next we have Ms. Jennifer Gilbert.
I am one of your public school teachers, special education teacher. So here we go again. I'm here to advocate for my kids, my school, and all the kids of Bridgeport. It really disheartens me to once again hear about consolidating schools. New term, but same thought. On paper, each one of our kids is considered just by square footage and class size. They are not considered as individual students who each have their own individual needs. They are not looked at as students who require special education, who just came here and don't speak English or understand it, who come from challenging home lives, where school is their safe space. The numbers show many of our schools are underutilized, class sizes are smaller, and in some schools than others. But once again, let's increase test sizes, let's increase class sizes, because that will raise our test scores, and those students will and those schools will be utilized and save money. Now, before you go into how when I was in the classroom, well, you're not in the classroom and you do not know what challenges our students, teachers, and staff encounter on a daily basis. If you want our kids to learn and test scores to go up, then decrease class sizes to make it more equitable for all learners. Please stop comparing us to the surrounding local school districts. We will never be them. Compare us to districts that are similar to us, that have the same challenges. As for the special schools, stick all the self-contained classes, special ed classes in one building, well, that's against their LRE. And mild to low incident students will now learn the behaviors from our students who have behavioral challenges. Also, where are you getting all the certified SPED teachers, mental health professionals, classroom assistants, TSF pairs, through contracted agencies? These people aren't invested in our community or kids. How about fix our current special education crisis concerns before addressing out-of-district placements? And please present facts when speaking about the students that have been placed out of district. There's reasons for why these kids go out.
Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert. Next on our list is Mr. Benahan. Before you start, I just want to acknowledge Mr. Woodson joined the call.
Sorry?
I just want to acknowledge Mr. Woodson joined the meeting.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm gonna say this very fast to the point and clear. We are not closing schools. No vamos a cerrar ninguna escuela. I'm trying to say true language. Because I'm sorry to hear text message, voice, email, Facebook, everybody put crazy like are we closing the school. So Dr. Avery, Mr. Garcia, facility, they are not in charge for close the school. We got 9 board members we decide to close the school. Not 4, not 3, not 2, not 8. 9 board members we have to sit down and discuss to close the school. Why the reason, why we have to do that, and the reason, the purpose. But it's a protocol, it's a policy, it's a process. It's not something we're gonna do it just like that because I'm tired. I'm tired, trust me, as a father, because I'm a father before a leader, to hear that they're closing the schools. I was on vacation in New York. You know an idea how many people are calling me because they're closing the school. Organization, people posting everything, people talking lies and lies and lies, and they know who they are. They're here and they listen to me. People, parents, everyone, you want to hear, you want to know what's going on with public school? That's why we have a superintendent, Dr. Avery. That's why we have 9 board members. Call us, phone call, email. Trust me, that I know myself that I will call you and I'll text you back or email back. And I know my colleague that will do that. I know Dr. Avery will do that, right, Dr. Avery? So whoever come to you and talk to you about closing the school, they're not. We're not closing the school now because, you know, yes, we want new school. Of course, everybody wants new school, beautiful school. But it's a process, it's a protocol, not something you're gonna do it just like that, you know, closing the school. So it's the BOE make decisions. It's not Dr. Avery, it's not Mr. Garcia. He brings the information, we follow, we listen, we see, we search, we protocol, it's a policy. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But we're here to help you and to be sure our school will be safe. We are not closing the school now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. The regular meeting, February 10th, 2025. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes, Date again, I'm sorry. February 10th, 2025.
Seconded by Mr. Benahan. Is there any discussion on that? Any amendments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Was that an abstention, Mr. Medina? We'll move on. The next item is a special meeting, February 18th, 2025. Moved by Mr. Benahan. Is there a second?
Second, Sakala.
Second by Mr. Sakalovic. Any discussion on that? All in favor to approve the minutes from February 18th? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The next item is the special meeting from February 24th, 2025. Moved by Mr. Benahan. I'll second. Any discussion on that one? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The last one is the special meeting from February 25th, 2025. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes from special meeting February 25th, 2025.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Benahan. Or any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Mr. Travers abstaining. Any other abstentions? Abstentions? All right. So they've all been passed. The next item on the agenda is the chairman's report. I have an update on our status of the trainings that we've had. We had our first state mandated training on February 24th. In that meeting, we discussed future dates for the additional trainings. And those are, I'll read them out loud for everybody, March 31st, April 7th, April 21st, May 19th, and June 16th. Those trainings are going to focus on updating our bylaws and policies, evaluating superintendents and setting goals for the district, looking at our budget and how to work effectively as a board, excuse me. The last meeting we had, or the training we had with CAVE, we had two trainers who helped us or trained us on the board's role and responsibilities, board's governance and management. We did talk about focusing on student achievement, collaborating with one another and the superintendent. We discussed the decorum of the board and decorum of effective board meetings, using Robert's rules as a tool, not a weapon, and to complete a board self-evaluation. That was our action item. And with that, board members, you were given the self-evaluation at the meeting. We also provide you a second copy here. I will email any other board members the copy if you don't have it, if you don't have the original one. And Nick Caruso has requested that we complete this by March 21st, actually, the Friday before the I had asked March 24th, but he actually asked for March 21st. So I will follow up with you in an email and remind you. So March 21st, he would like it by Friday, the 21st. So that he can aggregate the data. Yeah. Yeah, so you can email that to me and CC Danielle. Danielle will compile it all for us and send it to Nick at that time. Another thing that was brought up, I had a note here, is that they provide us paperwork or different worksheets and stuff like that I know Dr. Avery is already going to start implementing in terms of how they present the information to us at the board. And so he'll be using that information as well. So that's that. Another thing I just want to add to the chairman's report in regards to something from the public speaking, Mr. Sims, I did get your email. So that's something I do plan on going through the facilities committee just to have the board get a background of what the system is and why we're not using it. Okay. So that will go through our facilities committee. Next up, any questions for me regarding? Yes, no, okay. Yes,
Do we have a March for special meeting? Do we have it?
did we have a
Do
special?
they have a special meeting March for? I'm not sure because
We had 1 month, sorry. One second.
That was the presentation.
That was the policy committee had a meeting.
that was the policy. Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. We're going on to the committee reports. We'll start with finance.
Good evening, everybody. The Finance Committee met on March 3rd and the following items were discussed. The food and nutrition budget was presented and is coming before the full board. It is recommended that this is passed this evening and presented to the mayor's office. The next item on the agenda was the 24-25 budget status update. I am sad to report that it appears that we have been able to meet our goal of balancing the budget through a combination of position eliminations, programming, and with a special shout out to Senator Sujata Gadkar-Wilcox for bringing back nearly $2 million to Bridgeport for reimbursements of special ed excess costs. Not bad for a freshman senator. At the end of the day, we are saving a significant portion of the internal service fund to limit the budget gap for the 25-26 school year. The 25-26 school year, however, the picture is not so rosy. The budget request is appearing before you tonight for approval to submit to Mayor's office. I suggest that this board approves the budget after consideration with the understanding of the following considerations. Unlike last year, the committee and hopefully the whole board is aware that the approval of the budget request is just the beginning of this process. And we as a committee, as well as a board, must now prepare to close an anticipated budget gap of $23 million, give or take a few $1 million, once all the data has arrived. We will not be waiting on that data. We will be proactively looking to find areas to cut before all the numbers are fully known. We can assume we will be underfunded yet again by at least $18 to $23 million, while the committee endeavors to achieve a balanced budget. However, I would be remiss if I did not mention I am no longer confident we as a board can achieve this goal. There were significant assumptions baked into my original confidence and the budget documents that were presented at the Finance Committee meeting. If you look in your package from that meeting, you will see a 3-page document with suggested and projected cuts. One of those line items, and a major one at that, is savings that would result from the facilities master plan. For the first time ever, the Finance Committee learned that there will likely be no savings seen in the 25-26 school year, and the plan may not be implemented until 2029. I'm a bit unclear on that, as the answer seemed a little vague. I hope the superintendent and the CFO could provide their professional opinion, some clarity on when they believe the plan should be implemented in the best interests of the districts. We still have time to realize savings in the 2025-26 school year, but that window of time is quickly closing. We need to make the hard decisions as a board, because if we don't balance the budget, which is looking more and more unlikely, the state will step in and make the hard decisions for us. Next finance meeting will be on Thursday, March 21st, 2025, at a time and location to be determined after consultation with the committee. On the agenda thus far will be about $4 to $5 million in cuts that have been recommended by staff and not yet approved. A financial report, hopefully that's the February 28th update. And I would like to suggest $20 million in suggested cuts that do not include non-represented administrative staff, sports programs, or school closures. Thank you. I'll take referrals.
Any referrals from Mr. Sokolovic? All right, your next committee meeting?
I just said it, I forgot now.
Thank
Thank you.
Instruction support services, go ahead. Well, can you use your microphone?
Instruction and support services met last week. on Thursday, March 6th. That was to make up for the meeting the previous week when I was out of town. And we had a report on special ed, a discussion on special ed students and services, which will be an ongoing discussion. We are going to have a meeting in between that and the regular meeting at the end of this month, which I'll get to when that is in a minute. With regard to the subject was about discipline for special ed students, and whether there was a distinction. We did look at the data that Dr. Saki provided us, and clearly there was a disproportionate number of special ed students being suspended. So we want to take a look at why and what we might do to address that. And I'm going to sit down with Dr. Saki and others in between meetings to begin that discussion, and we'll continue that discussion at the next meeting. We had a presentation of mid-year assessments and discussed the sort of overview that it was provided. We're hoping at a future meeting, perhaps the next meeting, though I need to talk to Dr. Saki about that, of having the math and ELA directors at the next meeting to discuss in more detail what's going on. And we also discussed looking beyond the test scores at the overall growth. I'm hoping to do that at the next meeting too. Let me see. And then we have a few items that were on the agenda, but we tabled that will be up on the agenda at the end of the month for field trips that will be coming up in May and June. And we had a presentation, which I think is on tonight's agenda, from the Hanover Group. No, that's not on tonight's agenda. That'll be on the next meeting's agenda, as I understand it, because it came up at the last minute. So we had a presentation on that, which will come up. So our regular meeting will be the last Wednesday of the month, which is March 26th. It'll be at 5:30 in room 305. And we will be continued the discussion on special ed and the suspensions. And we will continue our discussion on the mid-year assessments, hopefully with the department heads, as well as looking at growth beyond the test scores.
Thank you. Are there any questions or referrals for the
Yes,
instructional
Madam
support?
Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Benahan.
I'd like to get the report, our committee, Mr. Traver, so about PAC, PTSO, budget, everything, because I'm asked for this information for a few months back, and I see a few things not organized the way it's supposed to be. And you know, for so many years, my passion about PAC and PTSO. And I know some leaders, they're really lost. So I'd like to get some the PAC leaders from the schools, the PTSO, the budget, how to spend the money, who's the vendors, you know, how much money they got left, because I believe April 3rd or 4th had to submit everything. That's why every year around that time, maybe you can find out exactly when was the last day to submit all the PAC and PTSO budget, Title I and grant. So I would like to get that in our to Mr. Trevor's committee.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking in my head that I saw a few weeks ago a report on PAC expenditures up until sometime recently. So sometime in the last, say, month. And could we have that updated? Because I agree with Mr. Van Grajales that the deadline for spending the money is fast approaching. And so we need to make sure that the school packs are committing, if I recall, if I understand correctly, the process, they don't have to spend it by that date, but they have to commit to spending it by that date. So we want to make sure that they have planned and made the commitments to spend it at subsequent events in their schools by whatever date that is in April that you're saying.
Yes.
And so we want to remind everybody of that deadline that's approaching so that they make their plans appropriately.
And
If that's what you're saying,
yes,
correct?
sir.
Am I understanding?
Yes.
Okay,
And also, some school, they really spend some money, but they look like in the report I have a week ago that they didn't spend the money when they really spent the money. So I don't know what's going on with the formats that's the process the secretary had to send to downtown, like they are not spending the money when they really spend the money. And I'm a witness for that. And also it's another form they call P10 that use it for so many years that the PAC or PTS or president have to be using it and doing it. Just because they don't get paid, just because they PAC president, just because they represent the school, doesn't mean they're not gonna do the job. When they PAC leaders, they PAC PTS or leader, they take this job, they know they're not gonna get paid. They know this volunteer, but they doing with some money that's coming from Hartford. They need to have a report, a process to be sure how to spend the money. We don't want problem with that.
I just want to make sure I understood what you said, Mr. Benahan Grajales. The form is P10 or B10?
B10 is a form called B10.
B as in
P like a Peter, dash
P,
10.
okay, P.
Yeah, P. And also another one that I didn't hear from last year that you guys know I vote for, Caribe. I know I need to report from Caribe because I know they receive some money from us. So I just want to know where, how, when, how, everything report about the money that they receive from BOE. And that's gonna be all, Madam Chair, for now.
Thank you. Any other
Thank-
referrals, Mr. Sokolovic?
Yes, I would like to piggyback on Mr. Benahan's referral and have our liaison with the parents come give us a report on how many trainings, the interactions with the parents, and what's been done. And she could also present those numbers and the expenditures. Because we do have an employee that has direct contact and does the parent coordination, correct, Dr. Avery? We do have an employee that does direct coordination with the parents, correct? Yeah, with the parent groups.
Yes.
So if we could have that person give us a report at committee on basically the overall health, including the items Mr. Benahan has raised.
This training, make sure we get the training. How many hours has been taken for training and that kind of thing is what you're needing?
Yeah, basically.
So two different things. You're asking for that administrative person to give a report on what she's done.
And what's been done with the parents, it could also be inclusive of the financial spending too. I'm
Yeah, I
sure
think
she could be aware of that.
the total training for parents in these organizations, in addition to the budget or finances that's been spent at the individual campus organization as well. Because they should have yearly training for parents, how to read report card or some other things about safety in schools and reading with the children. So there's some basic training that's given. And so it should be, he just wants to kind of know what types of training.
No, I understand. That's when he said piggybacking on that, it's a
It's
slightly
separate.
different.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether I'll get all that in at the end of the month.
She could also present the budget numbers as well. Don't actually have to have a separate person. This school has this percent, this school has another percent. Correct?
Budget for each school? We sent that already.
Yeah.
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 So really,
Would she be the person to present those school reports too?
Yeah.
Okay. I just may not get to all of that in one meeting, Mr. Sokolovic, given what are the other things I'm following up on. But I hear you. We can start it and continue it.
Thank you. Mr. Woodson?
Yes, just piggybacking on what Mr. Benahan was speaking on, just trying to bring some of these costs down and bring some of these money back into the district. I had spoke to the athletic director about last week, early last week sometime, and inquired about, like I said, bringing some of these programs, these sports programs stuff back into the district. If people want to help, maybe they could give, the athletic director a call, give them some ideas on what we can do to help get these programs in these schools going. I know some of you guys have connections with these schools. No, I know there's a lot of these programs are run by the teachers. You guys may be aware of some teachers who are willing to help get these things going right away, because we're in dire need to save some money. So, just letting you guys know, if you can, give the athletic director a call if you got any ideas on how to bring these programs back into the school, so we could stop spending money out of the outside of the outside of the school, and try to save some money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. I think that would be worthwhile to have him come in and sit down with us at some point, probably not this month, but in later in the spring, to start looking at what we can do for next year in that vein. I think that would be a great thing to do.
All right, thank you. The Policy and Personnel Committee, Mr. Bendina.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We had a special meeting on policy and personnel on Tuesday, March 4th. Thank you for all those that came in attention. Were in attendance, excuse me. We have right now one item that is up right now that we move towards the full board, which is a new business under letter F. We also have 4 items that were tabled for further discussion. That way, the cabinet and Mr. Avery can get some things in order. That way, it can match our policies and match our board in Bridgeport. And those are, 4 items that were tabled. And our next meeting will be on the second Wednesday, which will be March 12th this week. If everything goes right tomorrow, we'll follow along with that. And I'll take any referrals.
Any referrals? I have one. And Mrs. Stramera,
I have a referral. It's around the development of additional parameters to ensure the compliance of contracts over $25,000, which require board approval. This measure will mitigate the potential voided contracts from reoccurring in the future.
Okay, be so kind. I'm away right now. Be so kind to send me that email, and I greatly appreciate. Or send me a text. Thank you.
Yep, will do.
Any other referrals? All righty. Thank you, Mr. Medina.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Facilities Committee met on March 5th. On the agenda, we discussed, we had a presentation on the food and nutrition services in the city. And we also, well, I want to thank Mr. Steele for that presentation. It was, there's a lot of good stuff coming up in that department. So we look forward to hearing more from you guys. The food and nutrition budget, bread contract was discussed, but we did not have the contract in front of us. So we did move it to the full board, so we had time to review it over the weekend. So that was discussed last week. That would come up with immediate savings, so that's why we wanted to act on it sooner. And then the large item on the agenda was the facilities master plan. We received recommendations from a third party, Studio Jade and MMP Planning. They conducted a demographic study and a facility study, and there's over, I believe, 700 million in facilities repairs that need to happen. And so those are some things that we discussed. There were recommendations made, including possible closures, possible additions in terms of new schools. Those were recommendations. It's our job as a board to really go through that plan, which is about this thick, and really look at the different options that were given to us and decide as a board. We have 3 community forums coming up that the superintendent's holding to give more information about these recommendations. We will not be closing schools without following the policy 3600, which includes a closing committee if we decide. And that would include public input from each school, public participation, including parents and staff members. So that has not happened yet. So there is no school closing this month, this school year, and maybe not next school year as well. We have to decide as a board. So we do need to have follow the policy on that. I'll leave it at that. This study will be discussed as well today for more information, and that was brought to the full board so that all the members who weren't available to come to committee can actually ask the questions that they want and get further clarity. Are there any referrals to the facilities committee? The next facilities committee, sorry, let me get that date, is tentatively scheduled for April 2nd. April 2nd, I believe. It's the first Wednesday of the month. And so any other referrals for that committee? Mr. Sokolovic.
I would like to suggest a series of special meetings around the, God, I forgot the name of it, to find the MPP, the plan.
Mhm.
This way we could be a little more strategic in using our time rather than bring it, because we're gonna have to make the decision as a full board anyway and get any input rather than going through step by step, inch by inch, because time is of the essence. As I mentioned in my report, the budget is dependent upon this, and if we don't make the hard decisions, the state's gonna make them for us.
I'm not sure if the budget's really dependent on closing
So, wait,
schools, so.
I'm sorry, I would like to bring a point of information that there is indeed a line on the budget with a very big blank spot that says savings realized from the facilities master plan. That line will remain zero for 25-26, which is why I said I no longer have any confidence that we can balance the budget, because Mr. Unquo is going to have to come up with $20 to $23 million taken away from all our schools. And I don't know if we could have a
All right.
decent education plan.
The
without
school
considering-
closures were not going to be $23 million worth of closures. So there was going to be cuts that Mr. Nuclo was going to have to present to us either way. So let's get all the information out there. We weren't looking at 23 million in school closures
The original plan for the 6 schools was $24 million in savings.
over time, not over one course,
For the
1 year,
second year.
not for 1 year.
For the second year. For the first full year,
Over
there would be
time.
significant savings. Well, that's what. I'll ask further
We'll
questions.
discuss this in further and when we go over it. Mr. Traber? Microphone.
Yeah, I turned it back off. I didn't want to, I wasn't sure Mr. Sokolovic was done. I don't know whether now is the time, your committee report, or when we get to new business, the presentation and discussion. Would you rather discuss them? Okay, I will wait then.
Unless you have referrals I'm looking for referrals.
Yeah, no, I'm not, I don't have referral.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna wade in here, because I think this discussion, I understand why Mr. Skolovic's making a suggestion. I respect that. I'm not here to disagree with that. There are some questions that need to be answered that
I
are
agree.
relevant to his referral. So he's making a referral to your committee.
Yes.
So that referral will go to your committee on April 2nd.
Mhm.
Correct, Mr. Skalovic?
Well, he's referring additional special meetings, so that's the referral.
But he's making that referral. All he can do is make that referral to your committee on April 2nd. Right now, correct?
Any other, yes, any other referrals? All right, I don't see any online either, so we'll move on to the CABE report. The only thing I have, I don't know if you have anything as liaison. I know we have Day on the Hill.
I've not been receiving any information from CABE.
I'll follow.
Don't, yeah, could you follow up with them? Because we did send them the changeover. That's on the list. Or they still got the old person's name on it?
Oh, somebody else? Okay. I'll fill that in. I'll email them tomorrow. But we do have a Day on the Hill this week on Wednesday. So that is, some board members are attending that. That's like a lobby day for board members, and we'll get some information from Cabe. Superintendent's team will be up there as well. And we'll have opportunities to hopefully meet with our legislators. So send them communications, folks. All right. The superintendent's report is, go ahead.
I think there's 5 of you total. In my first glance at the numbers, I think there's 5 total. Not 100% sure, but she could follow up in the morning with the total number.
Thank you. Dr. Avery.
Superintendent's report. First of all, I would like to, welcome everybody this evening. One of the first agenda items I want to talk about in my superintendent's report is March is Board Appreciation Month. And I wanted to kind of take the time to recognize our board for their dedication. I think it's very important that you realize as an elected official, you're volunteering your time, and your time is, away from your families, but it's always in the best interest of children of Bridgeport Public Schools. And so at this time, I would like for you guys to join me in recognizing our Board of Trustees for their hard work and dedication. So thank you for what you do. And I know sometimes it's always kind of criticized. It's like, well, the board and superintendent, they don't get along. But I can tell you, my 3 months, here as the interim school superintendent, has been, a very smooth transition. I think we can agree to disagree, and I think that's important in what we do in this in the role that we both play. And I think it's important as we grow together, learn together, and understand to agree and disagree together. That's part of the process. And that's what makes good school districts, is being able to kind of blend those two perspectives together and work from there. But I just kind of wanted to pause, briefly to talk a little bit about, the board and appreciate them as well. So thank you for their service. In addition to that, I'm going to give a quick overview of some of the district's stats. Basic information that I think the community and you will appreciate over time. And then we'll start digging deeper into the data of the district. But currently we have an enrollment of 19,722 students in Bridgeport Public Schools. Within that enrollment, we have 3,921 special education students. We have 6,212 English language learners as part of that enrollment. And the last number that I looked at, so about 50% of those 19,722 students are both combined special education and English language learners. So you're talking around about 10,000 of our students have those disabilities, not necessarily disability, but have those categorized, endorsements part of their enrollment status. So I think that's really significant. As you look at some of the challenges that we deal with in our district, we have to deal with those a little bit differently. And so as an urban school district, I think that's what I want this community and I want the state to understand, is that we look at things a little differently, and we have to be able to provide, a different type of learning environment for children with that status. And so, and then when you look at our gifted children, they make a good portion of those kids as well. So we deal with two sides of the spectrum, and so we have to have that happy medium that serves both sides of that spectrum. So I think that's very important. As we look at our student discipline across the district, our out-of-school, year-to-date out-of-school placements is 1,117 kids, totaling of about 733 students that make up those incidents. The in-school suspension year-to-date data is 1,147 total, and with making up about 785 of those students with that a number of in-school suspensions. Our expulsions, The total in the district is 34, and that's 34 individual students that make up that 34 expulsion count. When you look at, attendance data, I think that's important as well. The chronic absenteeism rate has decreased from October to 32%, from October to January to 30.3%. Our chronic absenteeism rate for our English language learners decreased in October from 31.2%. In January, it was 29.2%. The chronic absenteeism rate for special education students decreased in October. It was 38.7%, and in January, it was 37.7%. I think that's important to really, when you look at the magnitude of the disciplinary occurrences, the absenteeism rate. And again, in future meetings, we're going to kind of dive deeper into those perspectives so that you can see the correlation between, how these kids impact on the academic grading. In addition to that, the technical assistance team from the state met with my staff twice last week. We had our initial meeting on Tuesday. It was more of an introduction meeting. We spent about 3 hours in a closed meeting to talk about general aspects of what the technical assistance team will be doing in the district, how they were going to be engaging with different stakeholders in the district, from central office staff members to campus leadership to teachers to individual groups of students as well. And so we laid out a time frame of when some of these initial meetings were going to be conducted. Friday was a first individual wave of district staff being interviewed by individual technical assistance team members, and we'll start. More of those will begin tomorrow. I think they're going to be in the district 2 to 3 days out of the week. Again, they make their schedules, and then they'll allow my office to, based on reviewing data, reviewing and having conversations with individual stakeholders, who they will talk with at the next appointed time. And so it's a fluid conversation, a fluid process that they're driving. They said the process might change a little bit as we get deeper into analyzing some of the data pieces as well. The next, I know the academic committee had presentations with a lot of the academic data. We're going to be presenting a lot more academic data, not only to our committee meetings, but also bringing some data and analyzation to the public meetings as well. And in addition to posting some of those things on our website. We have a couple of updating events coming up. We have about 50 Bridgeport Public School students will have their poems featured on buses across the city of Bridgeport. The deadline for submitting the poems for those buses is Friday, March 21st. I want to thank Ron Rapice and the Greater Bridgeport for making this happen for our students of Bridgeport. We have a math meet coming up also on Thursday, May 29th at Sacred Heart for 7th and 8th grade students. They're going to be inviting to more details of that particular event is coming up as well. And I think this is a really, really, I'm looking forward to the event as well. It's the district-wide talent show at the Klein Theater, which is going to be May 29th. Also, I think communication staff just started putting that looking for talented student staff that want to participate in the talent show. So come out and join us. It's going to be at the Klein Theater on the 29th, and more details are coming. Madam Chair mentioned a little bit about the upcoming facility master plan community forums. We have our first one coming up March 31st at Harding High School at 6 p.m. The second one is going to be April the 2nd. At Central High School at 6 p.m. And then the third one would be April the 3rd at Bassick High School at 6 p.m. Again, please be on the lookout for the district weekly newsletter and anything that we put a lot of information out on Parent Square. We're finalizing our the unveiling of a brand new district website that's going to be a little bit more robust in community and communication forwarding to this community. So looking forward to those things as well. So I'll pass back to you, Madam Chair.
Do you have any questions? Just follow the call-up, sorry.
Yes, a couple. As far as the state technical team, do they plan on ever meeting with the board? Is it coming to help the board? I would love to invite, especially whoever's in charge of the finance, to give me some technical assistance in closing this $23 million budget gap, because apparently we're doing it wrong. So maybe they could tell us what we should be taking away from the children and how I got this facilities thing so very wrong that we're not going to be saving money in 25, 26. I would like to have that clarified by a professional, and I would like to formally invite them to the next finance meeting to give us some advice.
I have a meeting with the lead tomorrow afternoon at 3. I will make that request and see if I can get some support for the board on that one as well.
And further, that's all for that topic. And as far as the presentation of the suspension data, I did briefly watch the Teaching and Learning Committee. I intended to go, not the Teaching and Learning, Instruction and Support Committee. I intended to go, but I'm a bit burnt out, so kind of took a pass on that one. But I did see some of the data that raised some concerns in the suspension and expulsion rates. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but there appears to be a growing disparity that had been addressed in the past between African-American suspension rates and their representation as part of the population in the Bridgeport Public Schools. And I think that's something we need to start focusing on once again. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I think that's one of the things that Mr. Traver and his committee is really kind of focusing in on as well. Again, I think we have to kind of bring that data forward to make sure that we keep that, at the forefront as a focal point. And that's something that we're going to be doing. There's a couple of reports that we're looking at right now, and to be able to bring that data forward in a very consistent manner, that's important because that has a lot to do with things kids may or may not be getting because they may be removed from the classroom. So I think it's important that we take a look at that. And they made a good point at the academic committee meeting, and then bringing that forward. I think it's going to be something that he's going to be on. It's going to be on his radar every single meeting. So that's important. So yes, sir.
Yes.
Through the chair. It came up. It will be pursued. I didn't report on that specifically in my report, but it was noted, and it is part of what we'll be following up on in the interim between meeting as well as the next meeting, that there was a disproportionate rate of suspension for the African-American population also.
Any other, Ms. Estremera Jimenez?
I have a few questions for Dr. Avery. The first item is around the Raptor emergency system. So prior to being a board member in December, the Raptor emergency system was actually being piloted. Important to preface this by saying there was 2 phases. Phase 1, which was a tablet where parents or any guests to the school would use their ID to get into the building, houses, and that tablet houses, and summarizes everyone who's been in the building at a given point in time. Then phase 2 was what the parent, Mr. Sims, was chatting about, which was a silent badge system where school staff can communicate with each other about different emergencies. Now, that phase 2 was supposed to have been rolled out February last month. So I want to know what has taken place. Why hasn't that been implemented? Last you chatted about this in the December Q&A forum in the North Branch Library. An implementation plan was being developed. So what has happened that phase 2 of the emergency Raptor system hasn't been implemented?
Currently now, there has been some inquiries from board members regarding the purchasing of that particular, system. And so what I have done, and I've gotten staff to provide me some historical, perspectives of the purchase of that the procurement of it. It was done differently. It was done before I was here. And so I'm trying to kind of do my homework to provide some additional clarity for the board. It's going to be presented at the next facilities committee meeting so that I'll have enough time to provide that data work for you. We'll do a full presentation. The board is not even clear about what it is because it was rolled out as a demo, not necessarily a full-fledged where we're going to do things. And we felt by February, we would have been able to do all the necessary work to be able to get it implemented in our schools, but we're not even there yet. So I had to take a step back to get some clarity. There was a couple of emails, inquiries from several board members, and so I'm trying to do my due diligence to try to get that information. I just hadn't had a chance to stop long enough to compile it. I have it. I have to compile it. So before we get to the facilities committee, I'll have a pretty good in-depth perspectives, timelines for if we can implement it, if the board gives me approval to go ahead and move forward with that portion of it, we can do it. If not, then we would have to look at a whole different perspective on how to roll that out. But I have some good, possible thought process of moving forward. But again, I just need to kind of get input from the board.
Is the follow-up question, is the thought process to roll this out this school year?
If I get approval from the board to do it. I won't roll it out just because I want to roll it out. I need the blessing of the board. But I think once the board kind of hears a little bit more about it and the impact that it will do for teachers and for students and the safety of families in the district, I think it may be more received. Right now, it's unclear because a lot of board members don't even know about it. So I want to make sure I do my due diligence of presenting it to them first. And then from that point, we may be able to have things move forward sooner than later, I think.
That makes me feel much better. I'm just thinking in terms of safety. We had Tisdale that just happened and then minor incidences here and there that get reported to the board. So it would be nice to have some sort of communication mechanism where the teachers can communicate to each other. Hey, don't go out into the hallway. Something's happening. So that's great.
Yes.
The last item that I have is about Discovery. So my children go there. I was just informed that the guidance counselor was given to the end of this month and she's getting laid off. And now I realize some of the board prior to me coming on board voted for layoffs. I'm really concerned about the amount of, what's the word that I'm looking for? The amount of transient. For example, if we get another guidance counselor at Discovery this year, it will be our third guidance counselor for the year. There's just too much turnover. And my greater concern is that there's such turnover in the district. Who's going to want to come work here? And I realize we have staffing level issues and such, but if I was a guidance counselor, would I want to work here knowing there's a deficit? So these are all things that I kind of want to keep in mind, that when we're making these difficult decisions. I thought we had decided our students in our classrooms are going to be the least impacted, but here we are taking guidance counselors away. That impacts our students, that impacts the classroom. So I just want to make that very clear for whenever we start talking again about budget cuts, that classroom cuts should be the last item that should be getting touched. Thank you.
The sad reality, that's not a classroom. And so those cuts are made before we get into a classroom. And what Mr. Sakalovic has raised is where we'll be in a few months when we start looking at where we're gonna save 20 to 25 million. If people in this room, and I don't just mean the board members, don't figure out how to get their legislators to get the governor and the legislature to spend that $5 billion surplus to help the cities of this state balance their budgets. And that impacts the schools most directly. Our mayor and our superintendent joined 4 other mayors and superintendents in Hartford months ago to talk about the need to spend $550 million on the schools in this state. That would have brought us $50 million approximately to Bridgeport. That would certainly take care of Mr. Sakalovic's concern. Right, Joe? Yes, sir. And that's where we're gonna not have to close schools. So Ms. Perez and Mr. Sakalovic won't have to butt heads. And that would take care of a lot of our problems. So our delegation needs to be on the program. I know Ms. Getkar Wilcox is on that program. And we got to get the rest of our delegation on that program and wherever else you live in this state. And that's really the solution so that we can move forward with a facilities master plan and not have to lay off counselors and not even get close to the classroom. But that's the conundrum that we're looking at over the next 2 months before we hit the BEA contractual deadline for laying off staff, and 3 months before the legislature closes. And the budget is set for the year, next 2 years. This is the biennial budget. So we have work to do. And that leads me to my Board of Ed Appreciation Month. Thank you. I feel no grace and gratitude from the State Department of Ed. They're in here helping us. I'd like to know how. I haven't felt any love from the State Department of Ed. We went up in January to hear how they might be helpful. And then we got dragged back up there a month later to find out how they were going to come in and really help us by overseeing us. And they've been breathing down our necks ever since. And Mr. Sakalovic asked when we're going to meet somebody who's going to tell us how they're helping us. And I can't wait because all I'm hearing is meeting. And I'd like to have somebody sit down and explain it to us. Because all I'm hearing is indirectly, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing this, they're doing that. And I'm on the Board of Ed and I'm not seeing or feeling any of it. And so I'd just like to put that out there with the question, how much is it going to cost us? You don't know. Okay. Because of course the figure of 250,000 is floating out all over town, that it's going to cost us $250,000 to pay for all this help. And I'd like to know if there's any truth to that, or if anybody knows. You don't know, and I take your word for it, Dr. Avery, I appreciate that. I wanted to get the question out in the open, because it's floating all over town, that we're gonna pay for this. And so, I can't wait till we hear from them. I'll certainly do my homework by March 21st. And I guess that's all the question I have then.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Benahan?
Yeah, want to go back a little bit that, Ms. Jimenez, you was out talking, please correct me if I'm wrong, about the IDs, getting out of school. That's what you were talking about?
Yes.
All right. Everybody know, the board members know that this situation was going on with the IED thing today. Just to clarify and just so everybody know, and I'm gonna say it again, I don't want to push parents away. I don't want parents get scared. There can be a minimum something simple. Parents are not gonna look at like a. We try to communicate with them because right now us our regular ID, us our Bridgeport, Connecticut ID. I know they say last year that we had to change RD and have a star in the corner. Who's gonna pay that? Us. Mine's not expired to 2028. So I had to make another one because the state or because the president want another one. So imagine if we had something or idea or whatever to get installed to school. Right now, parents they don't want to come to school. Parents don't want to be around. You know how they communicate? Sometimes with a text message or with email with a teacher because they're scared to come to the school. I know you know that, Dr. Avery, and some staff they know they have the ID in front. I did it here. It take me like between 7-10 minutes.
We're gonna talk about it in committee.
All right, so I want to be clear so you can understand. And they take long to register. If you don't have an ID, you have to take a picture. So imagine if you have 3, 4, 5 parents behind you to register. But the thing is, I don't want to push the parents away. I was against, and they bring this 10 years back, and I'm against that. And I agree with you, Dr. Mr. Trevor, 100%. And it's good, and it's time because sometimes they talk too much, and I don't see fat, you know? They talk, we have meeting, they don't show us, they don't give us, and they don't help us the way it's supposed to be. They like to talk and point, but they don't come and help us. The same way parents like to listen, organization things they're negative, I want the parents come when we need to go to Hartford with 2 or 3 buses to talk and speak for our students.
Guys, do we have
That's
anything for
the
the
most part. I know,
report?
but sometimes they like to listen negative
We
and
need
be
to
the
focus
positive
on the
way.
report.
No,
Let's
I
focus
know,
on the
I know
report.
that,
Not
the
just
Madam
you,
Chair.
just everybody.
But let's have to be positive to bring these people a heart for fight for our kids.
I agree,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
but we also need to.
I have one other question, Madam Chair.
For the superintendent or for the
Yeah,
state?
Superintendent,
Okay, go ahead.
Superintendent,
Keep it as-
it was his report.
Yes. It is.
It was his report.
Mhm.
Have we, I'm confused about this, Raptor project. Did we approve anything? Did we procure anything?
It's my understanding there was something procured. It was a contract that was piggybacked off of another contract. Again, I'm gonna provide that detailed report to you guys. That's what I'm working on right now. I had to go back and get some historical data regarding when the program first was purchased, and then additional things that they have different modules that go onto it. So the modules were the ones that were purchased. And so that's what I have to figure out. Uh, Technology purchasing is a little different than the other purchasing, is my understanding. So there's just some different ways, but I got all that lined up for you guys ready to go. So I think the clarity is coming.
I understood what you had said, yet in talking to Ms. Esther Mary Jimenez, she thought that we had actually passed something in the fall that had procured something. And of course, there have been contracts that mysteriously got approved. And so I was just looking to find out if anything had been done unbeknownst to us. So
That clarity is coming.
See
Yep.
if in fact this is one of those that had been. So you'll let us know. I got that at the meeting in April. So.
Anything for Raptor was gonna go to committee, but anything else? Go ahead.
Right, well, it's actually a little bit related to Raptor,
Mhm.
but as far as the information coming to committee, I would also like to see if this contract went out to bid, because we've had a habit as a board to so narrowly draw our RFP to always have to take a qualified purchase. The security system, I'm sure there's other security services that can provide the same services as Raptor, and maybe if we get some competitors out there, we might be able to bring it in at a cheaper cost. I know.
I will get you the information, guys. I will get you the information.
Yeah, but-
You're gonna ask your question at that point.
But
It was related to Raptor, and I did want to acknowledge Mr. Benahan, that I do realize that there are each of our schools have different needs.
Okay.
So I do agree that we need to look at that a little bit further and then, decide if it gets rolled out on a school by school basis, but we can talk about it further in facilities.
we're gonna move on to new business. Well, the first is discussion of possible approval of the superintendent's to establish a SEEK committee, Special Education Advisory Council. I believe Ms. McKinsey. Okay.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Avery. The interim superintendent, Dr. Avery, Director of Partnerships and Programs, and the Connecticut Parent Advocacy Center are collaborating with and supporting the Bridgeport Public Schools Special Education Department in seeking board approval to establish and begin a Special Education Advisory Council. Tonight, we have Carly Rocha Reyes, Liana Adachek, and Jennifer Lucier to share more information about this pending partnership.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Lucier. I'm the Partnership Programs Manager at the Connecticut Parent Advocacy Center.
I'm Leona Adamczak, and I would be Bridgeport SEAC coach.
And who's advancing the slides for us? I'm sorry.
Oh, look, they got a little
Okay.
clicker.
All right, perfect. So if you're not familiar with who the Connecticut Parent Advocacy Center is, oh, thank you. You're in charge of that. We are the statewide parent training information center for the state of Connecticut. Under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, every state is required to have at least one parent training information center that provides free information, support, and training to families of children with disabilities. We also do a partnership with CREC and CERC as the Statewide Family Engagement Center. And our mission is not to advocate for families, but to support, educate, and empower them to be effective advocates and partners in the school process. Thank you.
One more.
Okay, yeah, you can skip over that.
And so we're here to talk about what is a SEAC. So a SEAC is a local special educational advisory council, and it's a representative of your stakeholders in Bridgeport who would advise the district leadership on matters that pertain to education, inclusion, and the safety of students with disabilities.
And I just wanted to share Connecticut's definition of family engagement with you, because as we designed this program, we kept this in mind. Family engagement is a full, equal, and equitable partnership among families, educators, and community partners to promote children's learning and development from birth through college and career. So a Special Education Advisory Council brings together families, educators, and even community members to be able to work together towards improving outcomes for students with disabilities.
Go ahead to the next one. So in interest of time today, we are trying to speed through the deck. We know you have a very heavy agenda and we're very happy to be here. So the special, go ahead.
Okay, so we have this slide because these are questions that have commonly come up with the districts that we're working with. So a Special Education Advisory Council is a parent-led and district-supported group. It's not an extension of the Board of Ed. It's not like one more thing that you have to do. It's parent-led and district-supported.
It's an advisory group who advises decision makers. It is not a governing group that makes policies.
All right, so it's a group that collaborates and works on systemic issues. So it's not going to be a group that is talking about individual student problems, individual class problems, anything like that. It's really supposed to be a group working towards a general systemic change.
It's a formal working group that identifies unmet needs in the district and priority areas for systemic improvement. It is not a support group. Again, taking it away from the individualizing. We're going to skip this slide because we kind of did it. We're going to skip this. These are just some examples. And I want to just talk about the structure of how the council meetings run for the SEAC. It's an open meeting law. It's very similar to the Board of Ed. It runs under Robert's Rule of Order. Full council typically meets about 4 times a year. There is an executive board and other subcommittees might come out of it as needed. Go ahead.
Okay, so what's next? Now we're bringing it to you, the Board of Education. If you decide that you would like to vote to establish the SEAC and you agree to review and consider the advisory supports of the group, then CPAC, our organization, will provide free technical assistance, resources, and support to help establish the SEAC in your district. And then additionally, an extra support for families, we have a parent leaders roundtable where the SEAC members would be invited to join, and that group provides continuous training throughout the year and networking opportunities with other families, so they can understand what's going on at the state and federal level for special education, and be able to contribute positively to their local SEAC.
As we sat here tonight, a lot of opportunities arose that we saw where our parents could be trained leaders for your district in a positive manner. Although we work with parents of students with disabilities, that is over 3,000 families, as you had mentioned in your report. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions for
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Benahan?
Thank you. Thank you for your report, amazing. Ms. Rocha, I was dying for this for a long time ago. And that Ms. McKinley, then my question is like I always tell you, I know when they say council meeting is trust. Are we gonna have there at least parent, a leader, parent in that part? Because I know you said in the boards agree parents be invite. But I would like to see if it's possible to have somebody be in your, let's the way I put it, like your cabinet, your team, have somebody, parents. I suggest you 100%, and you guys know Mr. Enyoresto, be 30 years, almost in the special need. They know about the laws and everything. Have somebody, and maybe they can communicate with him. Parents from outside communicate, with them. I would like to have a parent be there and be involved. I know you say invite parents, but be part that. I would like to have that parent be involved with you guys and have that part of the meeting.
So the good thing about this group is that 50% of the members must be parents.
Okay.
So unlike our special education task force, this is more led by the parents. So at least 50%. And this is where we've already started asking administrators to give us some parents that they would recommend, but we would also start out with just an open group meeting. We actually had one last week, but would like to do, after tonight, better publicity that it goes out from the campuses versus the district to actually have more involvement of our parents. The first year, sort of what we're looking at is a large group, but then eventually breaking out to where there would be a representative group at each campus.
And it's gonna be out for all the special education staff we have so they can invite the parents.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
You're gonna invite the parents, the staff, so the staff that can invite the parents, for the child come to the meeting.
Yes. Yes.
And second, I know this part, Mr. Trevor, it's about his committee. If you can let me please be sure he know that they can invite, because he's part of the committee too. So we like to be me and him, he's the chair, but be part of that. And it's my passion about the special education. I would appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you. No more question, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Now, I can also add though, just in other districts, so sorry. In other districts, sometimes a Board of Ed member does come, although they're not a voting member, because this is who they'd speak to. They do come and provide some information. So it is, again, open meeting, and all are welcome.
Madam Chair, I think it's so important that we give parents a forum to be able to grow and learn and support their children all the way through the system. This group will provide that information and that safe haven for parents to advocate. I think that's going to be a huge part of a learning process for our families in Bridgeport. I think we need a lot more of that, and the district needs their input. They need to be able to be strong enough to be able to advocate. And so I look forward to working with you guys. I came to the first meeting briefly, and I look forward to kind of growing and having our parents grow with you guys as well. So provide all the necessary resources and technical assistance that you can provide so that we can tap into the resource so that we can have our parents advocate a lot more for their children moving forward as well. So we're looking forward to that.
Ms. Casimir?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask, how do you guys plan on addressing barriers of special education parents that may have special education students who are like severe, like they're on the severe level of special education, or those parents that want to participate but don't have anybody to watch their kids because of the severity of their ability. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask you. Like, do you have some type of plan to address parents that may want to participate but can't because they're confined to the home because they don't have anybody to watch their child to come out to your meetings? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, we are actually considering having hybrid meetings where we would do both, very similar to the board meetings, in person and virtual opportunities as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Collier,
Did you say free?
Free.
Ms. Estromero Jimenez,
I wrote that down in caps too, very important.
Ears, all we need is your ears. So listen.
So I really love this. I think, special education, we definitely need more around it. But I just want to know, how will your board and ours work together? Would you guys be presenting to us on a monthly basis? Just want to make sure that we're coordinating.
Yes. So when we built, because this is parent led, right? So everyone's coming to the table at the same time. It isn't an existing set of people. And so as these stakeholders come, they will reach out and they can report once a year. It can be twice a year. They can do a sub, a committee. It's done all differently at different places. So all we ask is that you make room to hear from them so that they feel like their work is meaningful and important.
Thank you.
is there a motion?
Motion to authorize the superintendent to form a committee, special education advisory committee in partnership with CPAC.
Second, Mr. Benan.
Okay, that was moved. Any further debate? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes. We'll get that started.
You guys.
The next item is an item for executive session, discussion of possible approval of the settlement authority for claims on contracts. Is there, and in that session, we'll have our city attorney, our associate city attorney, John Matola, the superintendent, Dr. Avery, and the board members. So is there a motion?
Motion to go into executive session.
Okay, who's seconding? Anybody?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 And
Any
we're
opposed?
going in with, as I understand,
The associate city attorney and superintendent.
and superintendent.
Board members online, you have a new link to join and you can join there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back from executive session. Time is 9:17. Is there a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, you can say that.
So again, John Matola from the city attorney's office. The motion that I would ask you to make is to grant settlement authority to legal counsel as discussed in executive session in Weiss, Fenich, and McMillan matters.
I make a motion to grant settlement authority to the city attorney as discussed in executive session for the McMillan, Fenich, and Weiss matters.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Benahan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain. Medina.
Thank you. That one passes. Next item on the agenda is the discussion and possible approval of nutrition center bread contract.
Good evening, everyone. Seeking approval from the board to approve the food and nutrition bread contract. It'll be for our future bread purchases, and it'll be cost effective if we approve this sooner than later. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion? Any questions? Nutrition center bread contract.
Motion to approve the nutrition center bread contract award as presented in committee and in our documents by the nutrition.
Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Benahan has a second. Is there any further debate on that?
Good question.
Go for it.
It's the cheapest provider. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor of the bread contract, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, you're saying up for the next one, or? All right, so the next item is the discussion and presentation, discussion, possible approval of the 25-26 food and nutrition budget.
Seeking approval for the 25-26 food and nutrition budget. Food and nutrition is a budget is self-operating, and that's about it for me.
Good, you have to click your mic though.
Yeah, just for clarification, Madam Chair. Current year budget for Nutrition Center is $25,613,000. So their proposed budget for next year, which is 25-26, is $26,872.82, which is a $1,872,000 increase. The way Nutrition Center budget works is tied to the revenue. The expenditures and the revenues must equal. So if they don't spend the money, they don't get the revenues, and they cannot or should not run a deficit. At the end of the year, they can run a surplus. However, if they do run a surplus, that surplus goes into their own independent internal service fund, which is a surplus strictly for Nutrition Center, should not be commingled with the board internal service fund. And they can use those surplus savings down the road to replenish trucks, freezer trucks, capital purchases relative to air conditioned freezers, which they still have to come to the board for approval to make those capital expenditures. So it's pretty much a 7.5% increase from current year budget to what they're asking for. That does not mean they're going to spend it all, but again, it gives them the cushion to be able to spend if there is need to spend. That's pretty much it, unless somebody has any questions.
Thank you. Are there any on this? Is there any motion? Just put your mic on.
Move to approve the 25-26 school year budget request.
Is there a second? Second. Second by Mr. Bennigan. Any further debate? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Have a good night. The next item is the presentation and discussion, possible approval of the 25 and 26 school year budget request. Mr. Nyquil.
We could, through Madam Chair, pretty much, I'm just gonna go over the slides, which is the presentation. There are two attachments. One is numerical, meaning the numbers and statistics and the budget, the proposed budget and the gap closing measures that we've been talking over. I've been presenting, Dr. Avery and I have been presenting to the board relative to the cuts, trying to streamline the gap between current year budget so far through the use of $22 million in internal service fund. As you can see in the spreadsheet when I go through it, to me, this current year budget, which is FY 24-25 budget, will be balanced, but that's by using almost $22 million of the internal service fund versus the $26 million that the board had approved. So we've made some progress, right? Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. We have made some progress trying to contain the cost or contain the expenditures relative to this current year. Of course, it doesn't come without challenge. A lot of challenge, a lot of minimizing cost actually, and very careful as to what we spend or the district spends. The challenges are for this year has been school transportation, special education as usual, which Bridgeport is not alone, and English as a second language, ELL, and special education puts much pressure on the budget or the district finances. But to summarize it all, current year budget 24-25 will be in balance. The challenge is going into 25-26, which we're going to be getting into more details. I'm going to go over both years, FY25 and 26 simultaneously. I've prepared a spreadsheet in such a way that you can look at them at the same time, which will be very easy to assimilate. With that, if we can present let's do the slides first anyway. The slide has some numbers, but that's not where the gap closing measures are. But we can go through it I'm going to go through it quickly anyway. Bridgeport budget request. It basically talks about which one? Oh, okay. All right, Bridgeport budget request. It basically talks about table of content, fiscal framework, goals, challenges, budget overview, budget request FY 25-26, essential monetary need, and grant funded services. It comes into part one, which is the fiscal framework, which talks about fiscal goals, district enrollment, NCEP, school allocation model, and fiscal challenges. So those are the areas we're going to be covering. The fiscal goals talks about structural balanced budget, school balanced budget model, fiscal accountability, comprehensive financial management. Then we get into the enrollment. As you can see, as of October 1, 2024, the Bridgeport school enrollment or student enrollment is 19,734, which is 404 students increase from prior year, which is October 1, 2023. We're projecting that we have an increase of 70 students next year. But again, that's a guess. That anybody's guess is as good as mine until the students start. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me look up then. Okay, I'm sorry, everyone, please. So the student enrollment, let me go back again, please. The student enrollment as of October 1, 2024 increased by 440 students from prior year. So next year, we're projecting a 70 head count increase, or 70 student increase. That's a projection. It could very well come more. If you look at the trend of shift between elementary school and high school, you're going to see that high school is supposed to go up higher next year, but elementary school will go down relatively. But in aggregate, it's still going up in total. The next one is special education district enrollment. The total number of students as of total number of Bridgeport students as of October 1, 2024 is 19,734. Out of that 19,734, special education students are 3,119, which makes up 19.4% of the total number of Bridgeport students. ELL, which is English as a second language, is 6,149, which makes up 31.2% of the total district student enrollment. If you combine special education and ELL students, you come up to 9,968 students, which is 50.6% of the entire student population. So that's the statistics right there relative to special education and ELL. So 50.6% of Bridgeport students are either special education or ELL students. The next slide is NCEP, which is the net current expenditure per pupil. This is how much each district or each school district spends per pupil in total expenditure. When you aggregate it or weight, what they call the weighted average, that's how much each district spends per student. Bridgeport is number 162 when you compare it to the rest of the districts. If you look at this chart over there, of the 5 big school districts, Bridgeport has the highest number of students. They have the lowest number per pupil ratio. What it means is that Bridgeport spends less money, spend less money per student based on affordability. That's pretty much what it means in a nutshell. But if Bridgeport were to, because of the lack of inequity in funding from the state level, if Bridgeport were to be funded accordingly or fairly or equitably, the way Hartford is funded, Bridgeport budget will be $113 million more to service the students. So there is definitely inequity based on statistical number when comparing Bridgeport funding to Hartford, dollar-wise. So that automatically puts Bridgeport in a financial disadvantage. And that's why we are where we are today, struggling, trying to keep the doors open, trying to service the students. Also, people have to realize Bridgeport is a hub. What I mean by that, it's a place where a lot of immigrants come into because that's what they can afford. Through history, it has happened through ethnicity groups. We had you had the Polish, you had the Irish come, everybody went through Bridgeport till they stabilized themselves. So that's what's going on. That's just the nature of the big city. And so we have to provide those services that are needed based on affordability, as well as educational services that are needed for our younger generation. So that's why Bridgeport, it's a hub which favors every ethnicity that comes to, into the country, or, for the American dream, if you want to put it that way. The next phase is pretty much a graph showing where Bridgeport stands relative to the NCEP. It's just a graph. It's the same number that I had mentioned, but it's just shown graphically. That's all it does, just for fancy presentation. But the content is the same. The numerical numbers are the same issue, the same financial burden, the same financial hardship. So that's pretty much what it is. That's the NCEP. The state keeps changing it. In a nutshell, what this means with special education, excess cost, what it means, look at where it shows you the example. What it means is basically, if Bridgeport spends $100,000 on special education students, just to simplify, let's not get into the math. If Bridgeport spends $100,000 on special education students, the state only reimburses Bridgeport $19,000. The Bridgeport district, Bridgeport taxpayers, Bridgeport, whatever money we receive, we have to front or absorb the cost of $80,695. That's what it means in a nutshell. So the only thing I have to clarify here, the state, or the legislators just attempted to infuse or adopt a budget of $40 million for special education cost. Bridgeport will receive call it 1.9 million more this year out of the $40 million special education allocation. But the other thing there, that allocation was not factored in this current year's state budget, but they managed to have muscled up realizing the need that municipalities have relative to special education. The only danger there is that that 40 million is not repeated in next year state budget, 2026 budget. So it's not there. However, that 40 million is included in the governor's 2027 budget, which throws everybody into limbo. How can the legislators adopt a $40 million special education subsidy or help this year, 2025, but it's not in the 2026 budget, but it's in the 2027 governor's proposed budget? The logic doesn't work for me. I don't know if everybody understands what the problem is here. So we're in limbo relative to that one additional 1.9 million in 2026. I mean, the more ideal thing for the legislators to do is to continue on the good path that they started. Just fund the $40 million in the budget process in 2026. You can't give somebody 1.9 million this year, skip it next year. I mean, what are we playing, ping pong? I mean, but it's not, it's just the prudent thing to do for our legislators to really realize that the need is there, just fund it in the 2026 budget. So let's skip. Special education spared pretty much. In 2024, in the EFS report, the city of Bridgeport spent $114 million, almost $115 million in special education. That's a lot of money. That's what it did cost the city in special education in 2024. And out of that 114 million, the state only reimbursed Bridgeport 8.6 million. We absorbed the rest of the cost. In school, sure.
Would you prefer questions throughout the presentation or at the end?
If anybody has a question at this point,
Go ahead,
sure,
Mr.
we could tackle it as we go along.
Your microphone.
All right. On that one, I'm trying to follow along as you go Mr. DePaul, but doing my math quickly, if the district share is $80,000 a special ed student, and we have 3,800 students,
We have 38, no, we don't have 3,800 students. Oh, for special ed, you mean?
yes, sir.
Okay,
That's, that means that we have a cost of 308 million for special ed.
Each cost is different,
Pardon?
every child has a different need, like, not everybody is at
I get
$100,000.
that. So it's not then $80,000 each.
it depends on the classification. They don't reimburse you for, it's,
Okay, so that was just one example when you say it's 80,000, in your $100,000 example, that's just one case. That's just to give us a ballpark to explain your point about the 80%.
right, that's why when I said there, I said,
That's just an example.
I
of
just said,
80
don't get
what it
caught up,
means to be 80%.
don't get caught up in the math because,
No, I'm gonna be clear.
yeah.
So, and then when you say that we have 50% SPED and ELL,
Yep,
that's not quite accurate either. I just want to be clear. Do we know the actual number? Because a lot of SPED students are ELL students.
that's the way, PJ. PJ.
It's on page 6 of the slide.
Oh, no, it says we have 31.2% ELL and 19.4% SPED. But a lot of ELL students are also special ed
That's right.
students.
So we have about,
Overlapping groups.
yeah, we have about 1,062 duly identified students,
That are ELL and SPED?
ELL and SPED.
That's what I know. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
You're welcome.
all right, that's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whoops, sorry. Next page is position model. The way we allocate positions are operational expenses, $25 per student based on the teachers number of, based on the number of students in the teacher's class. Teacher's choice is $30 classroom. Parent engagement is pretty much $9.59 per student in the school, which gets spent. The next one, this is pretty straightforward. It basically tells you what the operating budget funds. It funds principals, it funds teachers, classroom, instruction, all subjects, ELL, SPED, TAG, absence coverage, student services, psychologists, social workers, speech, you go on and on, all areas of profession in the teaching industry. And as far as finance department, data management, the whole works of running a school district pretty much from A to Z. Next one is fiscal challenges, utilities, everybody knows, UI, United Illuminating, I'm sorry. It's, there are rate increases there. I mean, we have to deal with it. It's inevitable. Transportation, we do have a contract with We Transportation based on progressive negotiated contract. For next year, the increase, agreed upon increase is 4%. Which is somewhat a good rate. It's a rate we negotiated a long time ago. However, transportation is based on routes. So if we establish more routes, more out of district students for special education, the cost is going to go up. But that's special ed education, ELL intervention strategies, absence coverage monitoring through Red Rover, through Kelly. Those are the fiscal challenges. I mean, we know the filling positions could be challenging. Some positions can be challenging, especially special education teachers. Escalated benefit on health insurance. We just received, I did tell the finance committee, the Bridgeport district is in the state health insurance plan. we do pay a premium. Sure. We do, let me wrap this up, Trey. We do pay a premium. They sent us a notification that the rate increase come July 1 will be 12.6%. But fortunately, I did get another email today. They scaled it down to 9.9%. But that doesn't change a whole lot. I mean, honestly, I told the committee when they made it 12.6%, I told the committee, by then I already pushed out the numbers. I told the committee I wasn't changing it to 12.6. I made it clear. So I told the committee the most I will budget is 10% at this point. We roll the dice. And it came to 9.9%. So, however, they increased the state, they give it to you here, they take it from there. The state increased the MRF contribution, the municipal employee retirement contribution, the employer share. They increased it from 2.059% to 2.78%, which is minimal increase. I just did a calculation or multiplication. It's about $100,000 impact increase. What are you going to do? I mean, they give it to you, give you a little relief on health insurance. They take it, give it to you one hand, they take it the other hand.
Microphone. Microphone first.
On the transportation costs, you're saying that the 4% increase would be, if we didn't change anything else this year, it's gonna go up 4%.
That is correct.
But if we have additional routes, it'll go up, that'll increase our costs.
It will increase that, it will increase
Our mileage, it will increase our cost for that mileage.
based on the new rate.
Right.
Based on the new rate.
Yes. So any increase in mileage, that's another thing.
It's a totally different animal.
Yes, sir.
Any out of town placement?
Well, I'm not referring to out of town. If we redistrict.
Okay,
If we redistricted or changed schools the kids were going to and had to change our routes in town, that would also increase our rates too.
Well, it will increase your cost, but you got to do a cost benefit analysis. What are you saving and what is it?
I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
I'm just saying that would be an increase in our rates. I'm just saying that we'd have to take that into consideration.
So do we have to,
Yes.
with all due respect, Madam Chair, so do we have to take into consideration the savings that we will
Oh,
get?
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm not trying to make an argument.
Okay.
I'm just only stating a fact. That's all.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Benahan and then Mr. Woodson. You want to go to? And then Mr.
Can you go over to page 11? Can you explain me about the teacher choice allocation? What does it mean that, can you put a little bit apart there?
Yeah. Not here.
Page 11.
Did I pass it? Page 11, let's see. Okay.
Yeah, they have number in the top. They say 11 in the top.
Each teacher gets $30 per classroom, yeah. An e-card that they can use to purchase things for students of their choice.
$30.
Yeah, he's an expert. He can explain it
It's
way
a
more.
contractual provision teachers have for decades been getting. $1 per student is the way it worked out to. Many years ago, the class max went from 30 to 29 students, but that $30 still stayed. We used to get it differently, but now they get catalogs. And now it's the e-card, so that the teachers get a catalog and they can use that $30 e-card to buy supplies for their classroom.
No, yeah, I agree with you. That's why I asked you, because $30 they can cut a box of pencil when they order that.
No.
And I know the teachers come from the pocket, and buy stuff, by his pocket, because $30 is nothing. When I know, if you know Mr. Trevor, you know that's. And I just want to know if the state know that some teachers, they had to pay from the pocket to buy stuff in the classroom. So I know they know, but I'm
Staples.
no, trust me. I ordered stuff. I know that, but I was surprised. And now the other question, when the parents' engagement budget, I know they have to use the money. If they don't use the money, they lose the money, right? They're not gonna
It doesn't roll over. It does not roll over because most of it.
They roll over with the parent convention.
With the parent convention, if it's funded under a grant and the grant is extendable, yes. If it's not, Anything under operating budget under the operating budget, if you don't use it, June 30th, the funds elapse.
No, I know, but they don't do that for the parent convention, the budget, the other budget they use for the parent conventions.
If they don't go to the convention, they don't, then they wait next year.
But they don't use the money, that's my question.
That's what I'm saying. If they don't,
Use it, they keep using it for the next year.
no, go ahead.
He's talking about, there's money in the district budget for a parental environment conference.
Okay.
He's talking about that conference. I think what they've done over the last couple of years, my understanding, is they've just added money to that account. So there's an account with the district that has for a big district-wide parent convention. So he's wanting to know how much money is in that account.
Oh, then, okay, that I can find for you.
Okay, you but be sure you don't touch the money. You can tell me, let me know the information.
Parent balance,
All right.
okay, 1 second, let me get clear. Parent convention balance, okay.
Mr., you have one more?
Hold on, Madam
Okay.
Chair, and my last question, how much money was that last year for transportation, and this year's, how much it gonna be? Transportation, how much money was last year?
Okay.
And this year, how much gonna be?
It's somewhere in the slide, it's going back, it's going up. When we get to that, you're gonna see it, yeah.
Mr. Woodson?
No, when we get to that, he's asking the cost of
Oh.
transportation, the total cost of transportation this year.
We'll get there though.
Yeah, we'll get there.
It's in the page 13, he talked about transportation, that's why, but that's okay. You let me know later.
Got Mr. Woodson?
Yes, Mr. Inkwell, was the cost of healthcare, is that like a projected over the years, or do you get the cost of that like in the beginning of the budget year?
We get it through, Madam Chair, we get the cost at the beginning of generally the state gives you a preliminary number around January of every year. Come around March, they finalize the numbers. So that's what's happening here. They've kind of finalized the numbers based on community. But so that's when we get the final number. It's getting to a point, if you ask me, when the city and the board joined the state health insurance board, I have to confess, we did save a lot of money by joining. Now the premium is getting a little too high, if you ask me. That I spoke to the city, we might have to revisit that subject matter and go see or have Siegel Actuarial Report is the actuarial company that does financial analysis and projections for such things. See if we can revert back to being self-insured like we were before. So we have to run the numbers. It's getting to a point that it might not be, I'm not saying it's not, it might not be cost effective to be on the state plan again. I'm not saying it's not. We have to have the analysis to justify it. So, but it's getting to a point that actually we spoke with the city side. I happen to be a core part in negotiating with the union, migrating to the state plan or getting out of being self-insured and migrating into the state plan. We saved $10 million that year just by making that move, but it's crippling up. Things will go up, cost of living will go up, but it's getting, to me, we have to substantiate that it's still worth it. Let me just put it that way. So we're going to be looking into it and maybe go back to being self-insured. But again, no guarantee. To answer your question, around March, they finalize on what the final rate will be. Around March, they finalize on what the final MRF, state retirement pension rate will be. So MRF rate, municipal employee retirement rate used to be 12%, 13%. They've crippled it up to the point that it's 20% now. So if you hire one person, paying that person $1, each dollar you pay that employee, the district has to contribute 20 cents and 78 cents, 20.78 cents towards the employee pension, except teachers. Let me clarify things here. Teachers, the state of Connecticut pays, teachers and administrators, The state of Connecticut pays their pension contribution, not the district. I just wanted to make that clear.
Mr. Woodson, do you have anything else?
Okay, and this is like their health, the employees' health contribution that they make weekly or whatever. Is that is that negotiated when the contract is negotiated, or is that done yearly too?
No, that's negotiated with the employees union. So actually, this is an opportunity for me to clarify, because we mix and misuse terminologies. The savings or the internal service fund that everybody's talking about savings. Let me clear up how that money came about. It's the employee copay. When the employee co-pays, that money is being reserved. With the city, the district still pays full premium to the state. The employee co-payment gets reserved in the health insurance fund for future liability. So that's how this savings everybody's jumping came about. And that opportunity existed because we had COVID money. Now that COVID money is not there, people should forget about replenishing that health insurance copay amount, because we're just gonna go through it and almost finish it up.
Is that all, Mr. Woodson?
So yeah, so when we negotiated the contract, if they're like our insurance contribution has on the city side has to go up. We don't have any way to, we're stuck with it with the payment, and they don't have to contribute.
Okay. I think I get where your question is. If the health insurance premium goes up by 12% or 10%, the employee cost share goes up 10%, because the employee is paying 25% of the entire premium. You understand? Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm portraying that the district or the premium went up. The district is going to pay 12% or 10% of their share. I, Nestor, will pay 10, 12% of my own share come July. Everybody gets a bit of the, burden, if you want to put it that way. Everybody's responsible for their own share, meaning the insurance premium went up by $1,000. If my copay is 25%, I have to pay $250 of that $1,000 increase. The district is going to pay $750 of that $1,000 increase. That's the way it works. Everybody gets a piece of the pie.
Got you. Thank you, Mr. Nickman.
Yeah.
Mr. Sokolovic?
A couple of points on where we're at. Speaking of transportation, and costs may go up in redistricting, but we haven't redistricted in decades. Our costs could potentially go down. We could find more efficiencies since it hasn't been looked at in so long. We could have children redistricted to a closer school rather than a school that's 1.5 miles away. And we have to run those scenarios to be sure that the costs won't go down if we redistrict as well. So it's not only an upward pressure, a lower possibility of a lower cost, lower trip instances. And the second thing I want to talk about is the health insurance that just came up. I definitely think it bears exploring, and I think we should take a page from the union book, form a coalition with the big cities that are part of the health plan, and go to the governor and the state and say, hey, if you guys don't work with us and drop our premiums, we're out. Because the health plan does not exist without the major cities, and that's one place we could have very good bargaining.
Thank you. Mr. Faber, do you still have? Oh, do you want to respond?
No, go ahead.
Mr. Faber and then Ms. Jessica. 10 minutes. You have to put your microphone on, sorry, for John. Put your microphone for John.
I was just going to say that when we're in Hartford on Wednesday, we ought to be asking what's going on with the other municipalities for a similar reason. We ought to be exploring what their experiences are. Because if everyone's experiencing the same pain, then everyone begins to discuss what the alternatives are, and that puts pressure on the state to tighten their belt a little if they're about to start losing customers.
Well, through Madam Chair, for those people that don't know, how do I put it? The truth of the matter is that the state charges Bridgeport and Fairfield County participants more higher rate than what they charge the other suburbs. They claim that we're more prone and have more tendency of claims. That's why our premium is higher.
I understand, Mr. Nicole.
I'm just telling you what they're doing. I'm not saying it's right.
I sat in with you and Ms. Mitchell and other unions years ago when we explored the state and other options at one point 10, 15 years ago. So I'm familiar with what they say.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't choose them at that time.
Mm-hmm.
You went with our plan,
Mm-hmm.
in fact, at that time. And that's, we persuaded the other city unions to go with the plan the teachers had at the time. But I'm just saying that, that competitive, we should just see what's going on.
No,
While
absolutely.
we're up there, because we're going to be with a lot of other cities and towns.
No.
And see what they're saying.
I agree with you, too, Madam Chair. I mean, honestly, when we were getting into negotiating or talking with the state, in all fairness, in all honesty, they never disclosed it to us that we're considered, excuse my language, high risk. Well, when we started comparing our invoices or billings or premium per person with other towns, oh, you're high risk. What are you talking about? I mean, I don't know. But again, that's the factual truth. Peter, but it's truth. Yeah.
Ms. Estromera.
I have two things, kind of along the same boat as Mr. Sakalovic. One, wanted to know when was the last time we did, a bus route analysis to figure out how we can be most efficient in our bus routes? Are we as efficient as we possibly can? Do you happen to know when that was last done?
PJ's office, they have the statistics. There's what they call transportation in finance. My major was finance. You got to do the critical path of transportation. But PJ can tell you, it's all done mathematically. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so along with the contract, we used to have a transportation department that we don't have anymore. We got rid of that. I'm not sure how many years ago, George, like what? Maybe about 10 years ago. So We Transport does the majority of routing right now. So they have a software called TransFinder. TransFinder at this point, we load the students up to TransFinder. They put the students on the bus, they route it, and they come up with the routes. Could we possibly look at routing to see if we can get better rates or we can work on less buses? We could. We do have a copy of TransFinder on our end, and we could run some bus analysis through the TransFinder product to see if there may be a better way to route. Understanding that they do tier busing, which is, since we do bus not only Bridgeport public school students, but charter schools, parochial, VOAG schools, there's a lot of tiering going on where in the morning, they do the high schools and then they go back and do the elementary schools or a charter school, whatever it may be. So we have discussed that. We have talked about that. My concern is that contractually, I don't know the contract and what we did contract with them on buses and pays. I think it's $400 a day for a bus, and I could be well off on what that number is. But I guess the reality is for the routes, we can definitely look at the routing and see if we could come up with a better combination. I'm not sure contractually there's anything we could do with the company for that part of it, but we can sure promote it or put it in front of them that, hey, we came up with a better system than you did.
Gotcha. The other thing that I was thinking, and you kind of touched upon it, the contract, when was the last time we went out to bid for buses?
So I'm not quite sure. I think that was rather new. I think there's 2 or 3 more years on the contract right now, if I remember correctly. So, you know, We Transport again is the company we've been using. You know, I didn't want to bring this up, but having them route at this point, I think it's really good for us to relook at that. They do the special ed routing as well as the regular ed routing for busing. So go ahead, Nestor.
Through Madam Chair, we're gonna get to that anyway. On page 22, you're gonna see We Transport contract is a 5-year contract. It ends in fiscal year 2027. The percentages are there.
Thank you. Sorry, I jumped.
It's okay.
Jumped ahead. My very last item is about insurance. At what point or another can we look at if self-insuring would save us money? I know open enrollment usually happens in November of every year. Can we start looking at that now for potential savings in the next fiscal year?
To be very true, Madam Chair, to be very honest with you, you're dealing with unions. You're dealing with unions. And for it to be cost effective, you have to do it as a group. Meaning you're dealing with police, fire, AFSCME, NAGE, you're dealing with mass union. Sometimes some of them don't want to reopen their contract if they feel they have a valid contract. If you feel that you need to reopen their contract, it's going to cost you. That's just the way it works. What are you going to give me to reopen my contract? The union members or the union will ask you. Trev, you know how it works. Doesn't come cheap. So we have to do it in a uniform manner. First, we have to go out and have Siegel do statistical analysis, then find a company, put it out to bid, find a company who is going to manage the claims. It's not as easy as it looks. To answer your question, from beginning to the end, you're looking at, you did it very fast. 18 months, that is super fast. By the time we finish dealing with the unions, dealing with the new company who's gonna bid it out, set it all up, minimum 18 months. Then you have to deal with the you have to deal with the retirees who will claim that,
Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, who will claim that you're changing their plan, that they'd rather be with the state because it covers a lot more for them. There's a whole lot of involvement there.
Yeah.
It's not as easy as it looks. It's not a turn light switch. You don't flip the light whenever you want.
Right, we just have a big, huge budget gap. Trying to be creative with what we can potentially find savings in. My last question is, when was that insurance last negotiated with the unions? When would that contract end?
Every union is different. Every union term is different. The language there, let me give you the history. The city had agreed when we settled contracts about 10 years ago that there will be progressive increase in cost share to the point that it starts from 25%. Every year it goes up 1% till it hits 50%. So the employee will be paying 50% of the cost of insurance. It got so high that they started revolting. if you have a family, let me give you a typical example. If you have a family, the state premium is $38,000 a year. So if you as an employee, it's a clerk or whatever title or position you are in, and you're paying 50% of $38,000, the employee is almost revolted. So we have to reverse the percentage back to 25% and start going back up again and capping it at 33%, or else you're not going to have people coming to work in the district, not at 50% health insurance rate.
So I'm gonna, pause everybody here. Mr. Medina, we'll get to you in 1 second, but I'm gonna have you go and then I'm gonna have Mr. Nicole go through the rest of the presentation.
Yeah.
We are jumping ahead a few times. Mr. Medina, you can ask your question, but then afterwards, we're gonna let Mr. Nicole finish his presentation and then we'll ask more questions. Mr. Medina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just waiting. I don't even know if it's more of a question than a well, it is a question. When you talk about the busing, because as many of you guys know, I did over 12 years here in the city of Bridgeport, so I know a lot of the ins and outs. And maybe PJ or Mr. Nuko can answer this question. Is it per pupil that we're paying? Is it by the mileage? How is the contract done? And the reason why I ask, in my experience, if it's by pupil or stuff like that, we got to start looking of how we can consolidate these buses, because when I was a bus driver, there was buses that only had 7, 10, 15 kids max, even though the list might have.
Mr. Medina, can we get back to that question? Because you're gonna go over, we transfer the contract in like 7 slides. So if we can.
Nope, not a problem. Do
We'll
your
hold
thing,
that
Madam
and
Chair.
then we'll do the whole slide and then we'll get to that question. So you can continue with the slide.
Page 14 basically tells you current year budget is $280 million combined with, grants. The total monetary need is $348 million, which I've already shared with the committee. And that's the total amount of money needed to meet the needs of the district. $78 million is city share of what the city has contributed or is contributing in this current year. We're asking the city for additional $25 million next year in the proposed budget. The State Alliance grant is going to provide us $9.9 million, which is what's in the budget for next year from State Alliance. The excess cost grant that I talked about that the legislators approved is $1.9 million. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They approved it for this year, but it's not in next year. So I have to withdraw that 1.9 million next year because it's nowhere to be found. I was under the impression that the legislators will fund it next year, but if it's not there, it's not there. I can't just keep assuming. So for all practical purpose, we're going to count that 1.9 that in next year gap closing measure as non-existing because it's nowhere in the next year budget. It doesn't exist. Does not exist, Mr. Sokolovic. We cannot assume what doesn't exist. What flows through ISF?
Because if we didn't count it this year, did the ISF get reduced?
No.
So
That's how we balance.
this is a 1.9.
That's how we balance this year budget. You remember?
Yes.
Yeah. That 1.9 is gone. That's how we're able to proudly say we're balancing this year budget. Sorry, go ahead.
There's not that many of us here, but is that 1.9 million what we just got out of the $40 million?
Yep.
Passed?
Yep.
Yeah. Have faith.
Okay.
Like I understand what you're saying for the record.
I just don't want to. Okay.
We can continue.
Okay. Let's just go. So pretty much Board of Ed gap as we go along. Solution one, which we're going to go through this spreadsheet. Solution one is solid, which is what the board had approved when we go through the numerical spreadsheet. Solution two, the board hasn't acted on it, 5.1 million, so I can't really count it. So, but that's the split up of the revenues and the expenditures of the budget throughout the year. You can see it here. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm sure the board is very used to this graph or charts here. So let's go to the next spreadsheet. This is how much the allocation has been increasing over the years. In average, in the last 9 years, the Board of Education budget had increased by $3.8 million a year. Now, $3.8 million cannot sustain any district. Just if you look at the spreadsheet I shared with the board or committee the other day, whether we like it or not, wages alone goes up $9 million, about $8 to $9 million a year. If wages goes up $8 to $9 million a year, and you're getting $3.8 million increase in your budget, and health insurance goes up by that much, all health insurance goes up by 8, 9, 10% a year, and the state increased their MRF contribution from 11 or 12% to 20%. That's almost $10 million increase. And people wonder why, how Bridgeport is where they are. When your compounded obligations are going up $15, $12 million every year, and you're only getting infusion of $3.8 million, automatically you're compounding your liability. That is the issue. I mean, in all fairness, in all seriousness, this whole thing would have come to a bubble 4 years ago, but the ESSA money kind of kept the lead on it. Let me be very blunt and honest with everyone. It was overdue. And that is the fact truth. Okay. Does anybody have a question? I'm sorry, but that is just the way it is. It is what it is. I'm sorry, but a little, okay, Bridgeport School District Finance Department. Okay, this is the breakdown of all the $310 million of the budget for current year and next year. So it can go by salaries, it can go by fringes, it can go by anything. The increase that you see, some high increase you see in some categories compared to last year actual or 2024 actual expense, it's not that we didn't spend that much money there. We did, but they were charged to ESSA. So people will understand. So when you see that big variance, oh, how is it going up this much? We had ESSA money in 2024 to absorb the shock. ESSA has ended. And that's why you're seeing the spike in some of those categories in conjunction with ESSA money. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
John, I'm gonna get him to use his microphone eventually.
Okay.
I'll get him to use microphone.
So that's pretty much, that's what happened. That's what happened. ESSA sustained the district enough time for almost 3-4 years. Now the funding is no longer there. Should I say the bottom has fallen off? I mean, it's no longer there. So the reality of the fact, and that's what I mean, that it's overdue 3-4 years ago. So pretty much. So the next one is just a graph of what the numbers are. You can look at the graph, you can look at the percentages. It doesn't make any difference. It's all the same. It's just, we talked about special education, enrollment and everything. It's all repetitious of everything of what we talked about already. Again, teachers, okay, this is a special education for those who want to know, who want to look at the historical numbers. From between fiscal year 2020 to current to 2025. In 2020, we spent $90 million in special education. 2021, $90 million. 2022, 95 million, 2023, 96, I'll call it 96 million. In 2024, we spent $114 million in special education. 2025, the rate and the pace we're going is going to be about $120 million. In 6 years, special education increased by $30 million. Now, let's put it in right perspective. In 6 years, special education increased by $30 million, and our average annual increase in budget is 3.8 million. Do the math. Doesn't add up. That's just special education. We haven't talked about health insurance. We haven't talked about wages. We haven't talked about light bill. We haven't talked about transportation. The facts are there. The data is there. Which side do you want to turn? So, but that's what it is. I mean, it's broken down into tuition, transportation, medical services, the special education. Okay, we go to the next. Talking about wages, this is the union increase for next fiscal year 2026. This is agreed upon wage increases. The teachers union increases alone is $6 million. Administrators is $500,000. AFSCME and unaffiliated is $615. Nurses and LIUNA employees, $80,000. NAGE, $97,000. All in all, you're looking at close to $7.98 million in wage increase alone. If we have, still is not high enough because we cannot hire enough teachers because we're not, well, okay. But that's the cost of wage increase a year. Yes, to the chair.
Wait. Oh,
Questions at the end. To finish the slides and then we'll go back.
Yeah, I know. Okay, the next one, page 20, is pretty straightforward. Everything is there, aquaculture, or special ed. To answer your question, somebody was asking, that's the total there of everything. So next one, we can flip over. City health, city transportation, transportation, 30 million to 33 million. That's what it's gonna cost projected for next year. Okay, on transportation, 22, page 22, regular bus, that's the daily rate. See the daily rate for 2026, $470 a day.
So just to go back, I think this is going to answer Mr. Medina's question here.
Yep.
Okay.
Medina, this answers your question, is based per bus. Per day.
It's not per pupil, it's per.
It's
Yes.
not per pupil.
Yeah.
That answers your question.
No,
Okay,
I
yeah.
would, yeah, but it's still, even if it's been by pupil, when you have a bus driving
No.
around with only 5 or 10 kids, when you can have 40 kids on a bus, it's something that we got to take a look at as a district, holistically. But yes, thank you, sir.
Okay.
I thought it was, but I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, you have free bus pass, field trip, and all those things, $23,000. You have Kelly Services, which does substitutes for teachers' absences and para, one-to-one para. Then you have utilities. We just put in $250,000 increase in utilities. Could it be more? It could be more. I mean, but there's only so much you can add on. Let's just be real. This is the statistic, city share, state alliance money, pretty much relative to that. So that's what it is for this year, the budget, the graph for current year. Next one, again, the district is requesting $25 million from the city of Bridgeport, for next year. That's what is requested. So, the next one is pretty much 25 million requested from the city, 9.9 million or $10 million in alliance grant is what we're sure we're getting. The board had approved $27 million in gap closing measures. They haven't approved 3.1 million. Neither are we sure of the 1.8 or 1.9 million excess cost next year? So we still have work to do. That's the whole graph. If you can turn on the other slide with numericals so we can get to it straight. There are two of them in the email. Yeah, the Excel spreadsheet. I'm gonna go through this fast because everyone has seen it before, but.
Can I ask my question?
Sure.
Go ahead, you asked.
Your union bargaining unit increases, you said were salaries. You sure that
No, it's inclusive, okay, I'm sorry.
salaries and benefits
Salaries and MERP and Medicare,
and benefits,
not health insurance.
not insurance?
Nope. Health insurance is factored in a separate line. The teacher's contract, each person moves to a new step. Not percentage. That's the teacher's contract. I read it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Every teacher moves to a new step. There's no percentage increase. You move to a new step. That's inclusive of the percentage and the step on your anniversary the next year. Yep. That's the teacher's contract. Maybe different from your time, but that's what they negotiated to retain them.
Yeah, when we go back to the budget request and the gap closing measures, and we're anticipating, right about that, this moment in time, $23 million. And when we're looking at these cuts, we got to be mindful of the percentage of things we're spending money on. For example, according to the pie chart you have, we got about 70% in personnel costs. So that stands to reason 70% of our cuts may have to go towards personnel if we're doing it proportionally. And that's approximately $16 million in personnel cuts that possibly will have to be coming down the line if we do not get the funding we need. And that would be devastating to the district. So we need to fight for as much money as we can get. I don't see how we survive as a district if we have to make $16 million in additional cuts after what we've already done. Hopefully somebody can work some magic, find another way, but if proportional, that's sorry to be the doomsayer, but it's doomsday.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Miss Esther Jimenez.
So I'm looking, I have very basic questions and I'm almost wondering if I should have like just a sit down separately with you so you can help me figure out what all these line items are.
What line items?
So my very
What page are you on? Okay, go ahead.
16. So I'm wondering, it looks like utilities, 2024 actuals, $4.3 million. Then it jumps at $8.3 million. How did that jump $4 million?
Okay, Madam Chair, that's what I started saying, that some of the expenses, when you look at the year 2024 actuals, it's subsidized or subdued by the payments being charged to ESSER grants.
Oh, gotcha. So we're not seeing the full picture.
Yeah, no, because it was charged to a grant. That's why I started clarifying that you're gonna see some spikes in variances.
Thank you.
That's not true reflection of trend, comparing the trend.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I did have one other question and it was around the salaries, and I know this is a union question. Would we be able, so I'm looking at 2024 versus 2026 proposed budget, that's nearly, I don't know, like over $20 million difference.
Where, again,
Same page, 16.
again, with, let me see.
Is that something that we can like freeze raises? I know that's not really like a sustainability,
Again,
yeah.
through Madam Chair, what we have to realize, we had $144 million in ESSA money to spend. So some salaries some employees were funded through ESSA in those years. Some positions were funded in ESSA. Now that ESSA has ended, we have to take them back home to the operating budget.
Mr. Medina?
Everything we could think qualifying under ESSA was funded under ESSA. You couldn't have burned $144 million in 4 years.
Mr. Medina, go ahead.
Yeah, see, is the presentation complete already?
You can ask your question. He has one more thing to present, but you can ask your question.
Okay, I was just wondering, because I seem to be having a huge difficulty finding this in our packet. So that was my first question. Why wasn't this put into our packet, or unless
It's
I'm
in our
missing
packet.
something?
It's in our
Okay,
packet.
I
We're
don't
all
s-
looking at it now.
Okay, I don't see it. What category is under? Because
It's
I'm here.
the PowerPoint that we're looking at. And then if it wasn't in the packet, Mr. Nicole
Okay,
emailed us.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm
Additional.
specifically. I'm specifically
It's in the
made
email.
a statement. Okay, I'm specifically asking why is this not in our packet? I was told.
It is.
The
It's in
answer
the
that I was
email.
told is in the packet. Okay, I was told it was in the packet. So if you're looking at the packet right now, can you tell me what item it is? As I'm looking at the packet right now, Madam
So
Chair.
what are you actually asking? Because everybody's talking about different things.
Okay, I'm asking you this presentation that Mr. Nichols given right now. You said it's in the packet, and I'm asking you what item is it, because I'm looking at it. So I would like to know which item is in the packet, Madam Chair.
The thing that's on the screen, you have to be more specific because we're looking at a lot of different documents. So
Okay, everything that
everything
Mr. Nuko
was in the
just
slideshow.
presented.
Yes.
So it's not in our packet, correct?
It
That's what
is.
I'm
It's in the
asking you.
packet that you saw in your facilities at the finance committee, and it's in the packet that was both emailed and in the portal. So
Okay, I'm
let's
in the
move on.
portal
Let's
right now
move
and I
on
don't
from it
see it.
because
No
we
problem.
can't, we're
I'm
gonna go
just-
back and forth. Move on for a
No, no.
question.
Okay, that was a question and I haven't got a clear answer, but
A
with all
question
due
on the
respect to the
actual
chair.
budget. Let's go with a budget question.
Okay, so we're gonna
if you have your
dictate my
email, open your
questions now.
All right,
No,
Mr.
it's okay,
Dina,
sir.
Mr.
I got you.
Sokolovic has the floor now.
So,
Mr.
well,
Sokolovic's gonna have the floor.
okay, I guess
ahead.
I gave up the floor. Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Yeah, quick clarification also, it's not only of the bump in salaries, it's not only a function of the ISF, it's also a function of the generous bump we gave to starting salaries in the last contract in order to draw more talent to the district. There was a significant increase in starting salary. I don't know the order of percentages.
Respond. We bumped the starting salaries, but at the same time, we never got a clear report from the superintendent about the number of people that we were hiring above starting salary. And there were a significant number of staff being hired above the starting rate. And so we don't know the full impact on simply salaries. So when Mr. Naquo says people are getting steps are not always, this particular contract was moving people through steps that didn't always happen. In previous contracts, steps would be frozen on some years. And if I recall, this one didn't freeze steps.
I did not.
So what he's saying is people are all getting their step movement, but that was always offset, Mr. Naquo, by a percentage increase.
Right.
So it in
It's
the
still-
end, it's 1/6 to 1/2 dozen the other. And I won't go into negotiating whether that costs or doesn't cost. That's a different discussion for you and I to have some other time.
Mhm.
But the fact is, your point about the higher starting step to attract new teachers, that was happening. There were also new people being hired at higher rates of pay.
Mhm.
But we were also losing a lot of higher paid teachers over the last year, a lot.
Mhm.
So I don't know what the impact of that is, or because we weren't getting reports on how many teachers, veterans we were losing at step 20, who were maxed out. And what the savings were from those lost salary savings from those lost positions. So
Madam Chair, let me just clear something. The numbers you're seeing here relative to salaries are gross numbers. What I mean by that, when you go to your gap closing measure, you're reducing that number in the gap of almost $9 million in gap. closing measure. So what you're seeing here is gross. Then the board approved reduction of some positions, which will bring a net reduction to that number that you see. There's no other way to do it. I can't start in the midst of line by line. I'm gonna confuse the heck out of everyone. I'm sorry.
And I understand. I'm not disputing it all.
No, for her, I'm
What-
just
what-
trying to let
yes,
her
so
know.
You're looking at the total.
Right.
And you're projecting what the total
Right,
increase
right,
would be.
right. If we left everything the way it is, that's what it's gonna cost.
Right.
But the board has taken action and said, we cannot afford it, and reduced by funding some positions, and that was used as part of the gap closing measures. Yeah.
Any further questions? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Bunahan.
It's not a question, comment.
Yeah.
Did the state know everything about this?
About what?
Everything you go through, because I see these numbers, the million, this, how much you pay, get over here, go over there, check over here, take it. Did the state know about this? Do you sit down with the state and let them know one by one, line by line, everything, so they can know what we're going through?
Through Madam Chair, to me, it's a blessing, if you ask me, my own opinion, that the state technical team is here. They can see the numbers and see the facts and see the data. I mean, Bridgeport is not wasteful as people portray it or think. It's just, it's a unique community, a unique town that provides services to the least advantaged or more needy, individuals. And that's what we're doing. That's what Bridgeport is. That's what Bridgeport has been. And if you ask me, I think that's what Bridgeport will continue to be. It's a big city.
I understand that and I agree with you, but I would love to you sit down with them when each
Yeah,
student
yeah,
have a sit
yeah,
down and let them know, like the way you explained us and the way our colleague, we got.
No,
questions
yeah,
and
yeah.
answer.
Mhm.
And you let us know, because they can know what we're going through. They can know where's the money go, where their money has to spend it, because they think we're not spending the money the way it's supposed to be. We're not talking about $1,000, we're talking millions. So I would love to you sit down with them, and take the time and let them know. And I would love you answer questions, they answer questions, they can know what we're going through.
Madam Chair, I think Dr. Avery is gonna make sure that we have a Zoom meeting with the state technical team, just like we're having here, and they can ask all the questions in the world. No, fine, not Zoom, but it's live to live, it's real life. I mean, there's nothing to hide. I mean, it's all there. It's all in the EFS report. EFS report is the report you file to the state at the end of the year. They see it. Don't kid yourself. They do see it. They know what the facts are. They know we spent $140 million in special education last year.
But it's not the same, like you see the numbers by email or papers, when you talk to them face to face and show them, they can see it by their own, and then you can ask me questions. It's not too different, so they can, I just want to be sure they know what we're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. They're watching this meeting right now tonight. So they're watching this presentation. So, but we will also request a sit-down meeting with them as well, just to go over the proposed budget. They have these same documents as well. So they're looking to, they're going to do some comparison with us. Again, they only came in last week. They had other meetings that we're having, but we're going to follow up as well. So that's coming.
Mr. Medina? His hand went down.
Disregard some of the questions that I wanted to ask, I'll ask personally. Thank you.
You want to continue presenting?
We can continue with this one, this spreadsheet, actually. This, everybody knows, this is how much the state gives. No? What do you want to take this? What do you mean it's not gonna work?
It's not us.
It's not a PowerPoint.
Oh.
So you have to scroll up or about.
Yeah, I don't use laptop, Come here. I'm from the old school. I just do hard.
I got you.
Okay, just go page by page. This is pretty much, this is pretty much by year, how much the state gave the city of Bridgeport, how much the city gave the city of the Bridgeport school system, I'm sorry. Year by year, MBR is called minimum budget requirement. We must spend this much money, whether we like it or not. It's year by year, so everybody has it. Past years are past years. You've seen it in the past being presented to you in the past. Again, it's a repeat of what you've seen in the past years. So keep scrolling down. The number keeps accumulating anyway. Whatever the state gives you, whatever the state gives, the city gives you, we add it on. We keep stacking it on. So when you get to year 2025, you're going to see the total that the city has given Board of Education and the total that the state has given Board of Education cumulatively. So keep going. So when we get to 2025, in 2025 cumulatively, the city has given, well, the state maintains giving the district $164 million in ECS, what you call education funding, and alliance money, $37 million in alliance. And the city of Bridgeport gave $78 million to Board of Education, city contribution. So if you add them all up, it totals $280 million. Yeah. I'm sorry, keep going. Go to high general fund high level. Sorry, the next tab. Keep going. The next tab, general fund high level. It goes in tabs. Okay, scroll up. Huh?
That's up.
Okay, up. It's basically a repeat of. Go ahead, keep scrolling. The numbers are up there. Keep scrolling up. The graphs you see in the graph. This is a repeat of what you've seen. So you can. That's it, pretty much.
Just a point of information.
Hmm?
We could use some more color toner,
Somewhat.
but obviously our budget is such that we can't afford to buy color toner.
I know. You know, the toner is running low. I decided to run it empty. I might as well do it in black and white. Next one, analysis, please. It's cheaper in black and white. Okay, this is pretty much, keep scrolling up. This is how much by salaries and what categories. It's categorized by category, the total of the entire budget. So you're gonna see the total of everything by category. It's sorted by category. If you want to know how much we spent on accreditation, it tells you there. You know, pretty much keep scrolling. But again, you have it in your sheet. You can go through it. The next one is fund requests.
Get that man a laser.
Okay, fund requests. You scroll up, please.
This way?
Yeah, that's okay. Keep going up.
Down.
Okay, now we can go down. This is the total city budget, the same Board of Education. It's basically what I've told you before. Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling. You've seen this before. Keep scrolling. That's it.
That's it.
There's an area that's go here. Go to operating budget. Let's see. Go back to operating budget.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one. Let's scroll down.
Up.
Keep scrolling down. Let's see if it, yeah. Go to high level. Keep scrolling down. Then go to high level. Go to high level summary. It should be there. Okay, keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Let's see. More. Okay, good analysis. Good analysis. It should be analysis. Okay, keep scrolling.
That's the top.
Keep down. The gap closing measure should be there. No. Keep going now. Keep. Oh, no, go to the back. Go to this one, operating budget. That's where I have it. Yeah. First. Yeah. Okay. No. It's, I don't know. Let me see.
Go ahead. You want a
On the
mouse?
picture. Yeah.
Give me that mouse.
No. I'm going to where they have the gap closing measure. It's more. Yeah. Okay. Where will the move? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Yeah, that's it right here. Okay, this is where we want to go. Right here, as you can see, the total gap is 6. Yep. Mhm. It's page 6. Yeah. Okay, that's the gap that we started working on all along, which most people have been at the meetings. The total gap for next year is $67 million, 67.8 million. 26 million of that. You see the, okay.
Let me see.
That's it. You should have it. You got it? Okay. Okay. We wait. Okay. All right. So what you're gonna see there is I'm gonna scroll down slowly. What you're gonna see is basically, how do you control this crap? Okay. Okay, $67 million for monetary need for 2026. That's the gap. And that came about, 26 million of that is the use of fund balance that the board adopted that's non-recurring. So automatically it creates a vacuum of $26 million into 2026. So that's how that number came about. So people wouldn't doubt. Now the board alliance, basically we're going to do about $7.1 million being charged to grant to relieve the operating budget of that 67 million gap. Okay, we're looking at FY26 monetary need. And if I scroll down one more, which is under solution 1, the board had validated these following gap closing measures. 4.5 million in FY45, in FY25-26. Basically continue Dr. Avery and I are going to continue the maintenance of citywide operational account freeze and attrition savings. So basically positions are only going to be filled, discretionary positions, let me put it that way, are not going to get filled. Educational positions, when they become vacant, they have to be filled. We have to train our children. Okay. Discretionary positions will wait through attrition as much as we can. So we figured it's going to save us another about 4.5 million in FY26. The board agreed to that. Nutrition Center is going to reimburse the district for the health insurance we pay for their retirees. The Nutrition Center retirees are covered and paid for by the district budget. So they have to reimburse us the cost we fronted on their behalf, plus a little small administrative charge that we charge them for all the accounting and administrative services we provide for them to them. So he added up is about $1 million. The administrative charge is minimal, but the main chunk of the reimbursement is the health insurance that the district pays for them. Board approved gap closing measures. This is the layoff of 70. This is the layoff of 77 or downsizing or consolidation of 77 positions that the board approved as a gap closing measure. The effects, some of the effect, partial effect of it happened this year, current year. The full effect will come into play next fiscal year. And that's why you see a full-blown effect of 7.9 million in 2026. So to answer the member question, the salary you see as a gross is being reduced by 7.9 million. So, because this is not a normal, let me make it clear, this is not a normal budget year for the board. This is all mixed up, blended up, whatever, whichever way you want to call it. It's really a puzzle. It's really a puzzle, to be honest with everyone. You're fighting two wars from two different ends. You're balancing this year budget, you're balancing next year budget, you're laying up, you're doing that. I mean, it's a puzzle, it's a war. It's not for the fainted heart. But again, we keep going. Now, instead of using the entire $26 million that the board approved, we decide, well, we're planning to use 22.4 million this year and defer or use the rest, the remaining, use additional 7 million next year and leave a balance of $5 million in the reserve. Again, the reserve came about, for clarity, the reserve came about by the health insurance copay that the employees pay in the insurance fund being left in the insurance fund and not used. But it was more reserved for what they call IBNR, incurred but not reported, for future liability and OPEB. But we're going to use it. The state is more than 100 and something billion dollars in OPEB liability anyway. They haven't paid theirs. So that's the truth. So no district, no municipality funds their OPEB to the fullest. We attempted to, but now we're into hardship. That's the truth. So that's that. With that all there, that totals $27.6 million. That is solid, validated savings approved by the board. So if you take that out of the, if you take that out of the 67 million and the 10 million and the other 7 million in grants, that will leave you with $40 million gap.
So
that will leave you with $40 million gap.
Mr. Nicole, so the budget you're proposing today has a city ask of 25 million.
Yes, it does.
And historically, we don't get that. So these solutions would be, what would happen if we don't get 25 million?
Well, I haven't even, they said ask from the city.
Yeah, that's the ask. And if we may not get that.
Yeah.
Okay. So these solutions that you're proposing now are just some of the options we have for adjusting the deficit.
I cannot tear it up, Madam Chair. I cannot tear it up into different solutions. Solution one is validated.
Yes.
That's, to me, is financially validated.
So for us tonight, all we need is to approve the budget for the city. Not approve the budget, I'm sorry, approve the proposal, the request for the city.
Right,
Because
right.
of the city, and then we're gonna be working on this in committee.
Absolutely,
The
yes.
solution.
Yes.
So tonight, what do you need from us?
Well,
To move it?
basically approve the request of 25 million from the city.
All right. Are there any questions about that? Mr. Traber, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard what you just asked. I'm seeing a budget that needs 40 million. So where does it need 25 million?
Okay, then,
So I
Let's
just
do that.
wanna, I hear what you're saying.
With
And I
the
heard
grant.
Mr. Nicole say that earlier, that we need 25 million from the city. But where does this document say we're 25 million short?
okay. Through Madam Chair,
Go.
the board, right now, you're 40 million, right now you have 40 million short after solution one, okay?
Yes, sir.
There are options to be exercised. Solution two, this is a plan that Dr. Avery and I have put up. Out of that 40 million, solution two is the board needs to approve or has to approve 2.1 to 1, 2.2 to 1 parent elimination. They have to approve restorative practice on funding restorative practice positions. That will save you 936,000. This one will save you 1.2 million. The next one, so is the board hasn't taken action, so it's pending. You can't count it. So that 40 million is still there until you take these actions to reduce it. Make sense?
No, I get that you just showed me two other proposals that would do $2 million worth of savings.
Okay.
And I understand that. I saw what they were.
But it hasn't been acted on by the board, so you can't take it to the bank.
I understand that.
Mhm.
But that was 2 million.
Right.
25 plus 2 doesn't equal 40.
So
So
we go,
The ISF you're talking.
let's go in chronological order, okay? Now you have this 1.8 here, which I have to discount. This 1.8 million for the sped
8 mid-year legislative sped allocation.
for 2026.
Which is the one we just did.
Yeah. For 2026, it's nowhere in the state budget in 2026.
This is anticipating they're gonna do it again.
Right, but for now, we have to discount it because
Okay.
it's no.
And I get that. I think they will.
Okay,
I think they're gonna actually do a lot more than that. But,
okay, through the
so I get that. Okay. So you have a variety of little bits and pieces like that, and they're not little, I get it. I'm,
no, it's okay, it's okay.
my choice.
Ideas
My choice
and
of words is a little
It's
sloppy.
okay, it's okay, it's okay.
We have a variety of
Options,
things like that.
options, possible
Options
options.
like that, that we think are gonna come through. I actually think there's a lot more ECS money that's gonna come through that I'm, knock wood, praying on.
Mhm.
That the legislature is gonna bend those guardrails a lot more.
Mhm.
But yes.
Okay.
So these are, I guess I just didn't see it in your proposal, but I get it. So
Okay,
you're saying, you're expecting there's gonna be another 15 million, which is what this number on the side is.
no. Forget about that 15 million.
Okay. well,
Focus on monetary.
There happened to be a 15 million over there that added up with your 25 to make 40. So that's why I was wondering.
No. Let's focus on this here. You see this 5.1 million, $350,000 in public facilities overtime reduction, $936,000 elimination of positions, $2.5 million elimination of position. The board hasn't approved it. $936,000 elimination of restorative practice position. The board hasn't approved it. $1.3 million 2-to-1 para elimination. The board hasn't approved it. So I just put it there as items for the board to act on. But because the board hasn't acted on it, I'm getting to the point whereby I don't want to start putting numbers and everybody's going to think the budget is balanced without the board acting on it. It's getting, yes.
I understand that.
I'm getting uncomfortable doing that.
I understand. We're going to find ourselves, because you and I, you've been on the other side, Mr. Nicole. we joked earlier. But the truth is that we all know we're not gonna get 25 million from the city. We do need to get the money from the state.
Right.
And we need to get a lot of money from the state. Because we're otherwise gonna be faced with some very hard choices of what we're gonna do with the schools. And as Ms. Esther Jimenez said earlier, none of us wanna reach into the classroom like we had to do 8 to 10 years ago, 11 years ago. And that's what we'll be looking at. And or what we heard, at least one speaker tonight mentioned, the closing of schools. And those are the other choices that everybody wants to avoid. But those are the hard choices that we'll be looking at beyond these smaller options, frankly, that you're mentioning. So I get where we are. So tonight, we want to pass a budget that will be presented to the city as we're required to do.
A request to the city, asking the city
Yes,
$25 million.
yes, sir.
That's all, with all due respect, Madam Chair, that's all the board is doing tonight. You're passing a request to the city, asking the city for $25 million. You cannot adopt a budget because the budget is not balanced. You're just making a request, official request to the city.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarity. If you ask me, let me just put, Madam Chair, if I may. Right now, you have $40 million. Okay. The district has made some cuts. It cut more than $10 million, okay? To bring the deficit down and made some serious, drastic moves to bring the deficit down to $40 million from 67 million. Padding these positions 1-to-1, 2-to-1 para is the decision the board has to make. Okay, eliminating restorative practice is a decision the board has to make. Cutting additional 2.5 million in personnel. Now, let me be clear. To get 2.5 million savings in personnel, you have to cut about $3.2 million in personnel to net 2.5 million. So when you see 2.5, you don't cut 2.5 in positions and walk away, walk home. You got to cut about 3.3 million to get 2.5. Yeah. You have to pay their unemployment for, depending how long they want to be, pay their health insurance for some time, depending when you cut. Now we're in April. Come April 1, you owe them 3-4 weeks of their vacation time, because that's when, by default, they're entitled to their vacation. So if you compound all those effects, I don't know. I mean,
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the 25-26 school year budget request.
It was moved by Mr. Traber and seconded by Mr. Benahan. Is there any debate?
Yes, and I'll use my time just for another question.
Oh.
Yes, and I'll use my time for another question because I think it's important to point this out before we move on. Could you go to solution 3, please?
sure. Solution 3, I'm going to recap as we get to solution 3. To be honest with everyone, let me just recap through Madam Chair. Solution 2, the board hasn't approved. $1.8 million or 1.9 in special education is not in the state budget. After that, you have $23 million hanging, still $23 million deficit still remaining. In a nutshell, you have $30 million shortfall. Between the city and the state, you should be asking for $30 million. In a nutshell, let me summarize it for everyone. That is the money Bridgeport District needs to be asking from the state. That's just bringing you afloat. That doesn't spare you future years. That's just to avoid these cuts. That's just to keep you afloat. Does not spare you future years. The future years, the board has to take some action.
Okay. So I think Mr. Sokolovich wants to know about the solution 3 with the
Yeah, that's solution 3. that is part of the solution 3, so Kolovic. So if you're looking for solution 3 is all blank. I just filled it out to you with $30
Can we
million.
read the first line on solution 3, please?
I just filled it out for you with $30 million, pretty much. Why wouldn't this stay stable?
Impact of facility studies as it relates to schools.
Right.
Okay.
That number is 0, so we cannot,
You can't, yeah,
we're
0
not gonna add anything to that number for the 25-26 budget, so,
for facilities.
right,
You can't, I mean, I don't know, I shouldn't say.
for 25-26.
Are you gonna be able to build a new, I don't know, it's up to the board, I mean, whatever the board.
That's all, I'm not talking about building a new school, because, well, we'll get more into that, but that number is going to be, as we currently stand right now at this point in time, is going to be 0 for 25-26 at a minimum,
Okay,
correct?
it's up to the board, again, I say to be determined, whatever the board wants to do.
I think what he's trying to say is if the board feels that you want to make an impact on 25 and 26 budget, and if you want to do something or you want us to if you have ideas of what you want done for 25 and 26, tell us what that is. We will get a cost analysis behind that, and we'll fill in that 0 to whatever amount we think we might be able to save to add to next year's budget.
Right.
That's going to be, important. Again,
Definitely.
because we don't really know, because we're all in the discussionary phase of the facility studies right now. And that's another 4 or 5 weeks down the road before anything can come to play with that. Then if the board say, hey, let's close one school, give us an analysis of what that's going to cost and savings. And then we can come back with an analysis and say, okay, it might save $3 million for next year's budget. And then we can go there. And then if it's $3 million, we'll only need $27 million. So we're going to get the other 3 from
Right.
that measure from whatever we decide to
Yeah,
do.
that's correct. And now I'll discuss this more when we get to that point, but the numbers are already there of potential savings.
Yeah.
The numbers are already there for potential savings for each school. We know how much we spend at school A, school B, school C every single year. We know that if that facility remains open, we will spend that money year 1, year 2, year 3.
Can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Remember, I was told to pull everything down from last year, every closure or every document that was proposed prior to me taking the seat, that we're not using any of that. So we've taken all that information down. You're referring back to things that, I'm not for sure how those things were created last year. So, and how they were analyzed by campus. I think I kind of know what you're talking about.
Right, I'm pulling it from actually
Okay.
the board website. The most up-to-date numbers we got are 22, 23. Now function by the district, function by school. We've got school-based budgets. X amount spent on personnel, X amount spent on. Those numbers are already in existence.
Yep.
I'm not advocating for closing school.
But can I?
No, but I'm just saying that number to remain 0 means we got to cut from everywhere else. And I want us to be mindful that if we don't take action in 25, 26 or 26, 27, or what I'm hearing until new schools are built, we're talking about 28, 29. But yeah, when we get there, we'll speak.
But can I say, even if you were to close one school, that doesn't necessarily mean you're saving that much money, because you have so many shortages in other schools, teacher shortages, that those teachers are going to bump right into one of the openings. So it's not like you're saving for staff in that sense. You're just saving, you're not turning lights on in the building. You're not running in water.
Well, I just want to
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. Again, I'm not advocating for this. This is a last resort doomsday budget. But when we eventually have to possibly close a school as a last resort, we're consolidating schools all into this one school. We're not bringing every single teacher. We're not bringing every single school. We're saving at minimum a principal, a vice principal,
And teachers will bump into
secretary,
other
right.
open positions.
Right, and it won't be the whole savings, of course, but it'll be the savings of the lowest paid staff member, the lowest seniority staff.
There's a lot of open
will be the
positions in the
difference.
district, so they could bump into the open positions throughout the district.
But now there's a lot of open positions. We just went through the budget where we saw 70% of our expenses are personnel. There is going to have to be cuts in personnel in order to make this budget. We can't operate on hopes and dreams unless, of course, advocacy efforts work. Unless, of course, everybody watching this is saying, holy crap, this guy wants to close schools if we don't get money. This guy wants to lay off staff if we don't get money. And it puts enough gumption into
Who's
people's
this guy?
minds.
Verify yourself?
Yeah, I don't mind being a bad guy.
I gotta know, because this guy could be
Activate the people, because by the time we realize that that's what we got to do, it's gonna be too late. I want us to be in a position to make the decisions for ourselves and not make the state take over and make the decisions for us, because while we're in the driver's seat, we know our community and we know what will be least damaging to our community. But when the state comes in, if we don't get budgets, this is all prefaced on not getting enough money, of course. Will they make the same decisions we would have made if we would have been proactive? That's all.
Is there any further debate?
I don't disagree with what Mr. Sakalovic is saying, that as we go forward, we know that we are hoping, as I said at the outset, that the state is going to come up with more money, that the state is going to bend the guardrails more, as they should. And I think that we started the legislative year, with a powerful statement by our mayors and superintendents. And the money is there. There is powerful resistance to doing what is right. Mr. Nicole just made another powerful argument, taking his figures of the high and low of the 5 municipalities, the difference between Hartford and in Bridgeport, of $6,000 per student. If you take half of that, I think my number was, hold on one second. It would give us 58 million more. $3,000 per student times our 19,000, that would give us 58 million. And we could do just fine with that 58 million. So either way, whether it's your 50 million from the mayor's statement or the 58 million from us getting half of what Hartford gets, we do just fine. And, for all the reasons, there's any number of reasons we could argue that we deserve to be getting more from the state. And so hopefully, somewhere, somehow, we get some equity, some justice out of Hartford. But in the short term, we know that if we don't, even if the city did better than they've ever done before, we're not going to get 25 million out of the city. And nobody knows that better than Mr. Nicole, because he was always on the giving end before. So at that point, we're going to have some real hard choices. And the real hard choices are going to be cutting, 70% of our budget is salaries and benefits from staff. Or, as Mr. Sakalovic is raising here, cutting facilities. And we ought to know what the impact of cutting facilities, which is what that says. And I'm not advocating for it. I know he's not. So I'm not trying to pin that on him. I want to remove that burden from what he's saying. He has been honest enough to say in the past that he wouldn't rule it out, and that's an honest statement. And we can't rule it out. But we would hope to avoid it. But if we get ourselves in that position where we've got to make some hard cuts, we want to know where to make them. We saw a moment ago the hard cut that reminds us of when we had to make the cut to eliminate kindergarten paras from all classrooms. ESSER allowed us to restore half of those.
Yep.
Now we're going to cut them out again. So we ought to know about what kind of savings, because I really don't know. What do we save? We don't. We're not going to lay off any teachers. Let's just be clear. I don't care what you say, Mr. Skalovic. Our turnover in the Bridgeport School District is such that virtually no teacher gets laid off. We may lay off a counselor, as Ms. Esther Jimenez said earlier, somebody like that in a position where we don't have high turnover. But classroom teachers, we have turnover such that every year we never lay off teachers. They always find an opening, except for some really odd certification. There's always an opening they can go into. Teachers we don't really lose unless they want to go. So we should look at what the impact is of reducing, and we have reduced, because when I was president, we had 1,500 members in the BEA. We don't have 1,500 members in the BEA anymore. So we have lost membership. We have lost actual teachers who are teaching. And we should look at a few samples of if we were to combine or eliminate a school here or there that are on the list ultimately, and how that would look. And but hope that we don't have to do that. But we may find ourselves in another month or two of having to make those hard choices. We won't really know. That's the problem with this whole bass-backward system that we have, where the legislature doesn't make its decision till after the city establishes its budget. And that's in June, just shy of when we need to have our budget done. And so we will be in that bind. And so we should just be prepared. And I would support Mr. Skalovic in that position of us being prepared and having some idea of what the actual impact would be of if we have to make that choice.
Is there anyone else with debate who hasn't gone yet for debate? Mr. Sakalovic.
Yeah, I just want to give a point of clarification for Mr. Traver and the public. I did misspeak when I said layoffs. I meant basically reduction in force, which layoffs is not necessarily the end result unless there's not enough reduction in force. Mr. Traver is correct on that point.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the 25-26 school year budget request, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That one goes on. All right. The next item on the agenda is a discussion and possible approval of the policy, sexual harassment / Title 9, 4000.1, 4200.1, and 5145.44. Go ahead, Dom. Yeah, they need it online.
Okay, thank you, board. So what you have in front of you is CABE's recommendation for the Title IX regulations and policies. In 2024, in August, they came up with a new set of regulations to Title IX, which expanded the definition of sexual-based harassment. In January of this year, a federal court struck down those changes. So the federal regulations went back to 2020 provisions. Now we have our 2020 policy and regulations on our website currently, but the CABE version of the policy and regulations that you have in front of you is much, much more in depth. It covers sexual harassment and sexual discrimination, whereas the 2020 policy that we have online just kind of covers everything in a sexual harassment umbrella and doesn't really touch on sexual discrimination at all. So this policy is straight from CABE. If you'd like to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
There a second? Second? Mrs. Ramirez?
Quick question. I think it would be really helpful if we can just like note the revision on each of these documents that.
Yep, once you vote for it to be approved, it'll have the revision date and it'll go right to through.
Oh, you mean red lines?
No, like on the bottom.
If you look at the bottom of our policy on 2020, it says revised 7 of 2020. And, you know, I think once this is approved, we could put revised, whatever today's date is, 2025, so that it can be approved and through the board.
So that we know we're working off the latest and greatest. Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Scottlery?
Yeah, real quick question. We discussed the revision of, was that made? I didn't have a chance to read the document.
What's that? I'm
The
sorry.
revision of striking.
Yes, it now says the position as opposed to the name.
Thank you.
And we checked with CABE and that's what they actually recommend doing.
Take a vote. All in favor of approving?
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes.
Thank you, board.
Mr. Garcia. The last item is just a discussion on the facilities master plan. Mr. Carafa, Mr. Garcia presenting. You guys want to stand or come to the table? I'll stand, okay.
Esther, appreciate that. So we had a couple forums on the facilities master plan. The last forum was on recommendations. We're here to answer any additional questions you may have. And, you know, part of the recommendations was the potential of building new schools and utilizing the time frame that we have in front of us with, you know, pre-K being a hot topic and the need in a lot of areas. So I just wanted to briefly just go over what we need to do in the short term if we decided to go ahead and ask the city to fund a new school for us. So there's a host of things that need to happen. We need to create an ed spec. In turn, the board will approve that ed spec. We would create the first cost estimate for the building along with a site plan, and then we get an outside body to go ahead and verify that. The city will have, the city council will need to approve capital that will show the cost share for the percentage based on whatever the dollar amount is for the buildings that we intend on building. And then there'll need to be 3 resolutions that will be part of the package that'll go to the state. One is the council authorization for the bonding, the establishment of a school building committee for the project, and then the authorization to prepare the schematic designs in the short term and the feasibility study. And then we would look to go ahead and submit in June to be on a priority list. So for school building construction, you can only submit in June, so you can be on a priority list. If it's a roof project or something else, you can do it, I think it's the 3rd week of every month. But when it comes to school construction, it has to be done by June for submission application. So that's the process for us to go through in order to get to that point. The reason why we bring it up is because there is the potential of us asking the city to fund to school construction. So any questions on that front?
So we're asking for money to build a school. There was a lot of different options in the facilities master plan. Which one?
So there's 2 options that we feel strongly about based on the information and the data that we see in the facilities master plan. Now, it's the school that would reside on the Harding site, 750 K8, with a large pre-K population based on the needs in the city. Currently, right now, we're struggling to be able to open any new pre-K or special ed classrooms that need bathrooms in the classrooms. We're maxed out district-wide. In order for us to do that work, you're talking months and months to get permits, and the costs are extravagant. So doing something in a new construction makes sense because we're paying pennies on a dollar versus, having to fund it on our own or go through capital, because capital will take us a year, 2 years to be able to establish, get the funding, get the bonding. So, you're talking long time frame. And then there's the offset costs of what the FCA, the Facilities Condition Assessment, shows in several buildings. Now, the buildings that were proposed are just recommendations. The board, as they go through the process and we work through the data that was provided to you all, things can change, right? So you may say we want to target these buildings, or we may not want to close this building, but that is purely up to the board as you work through the process based on the data you've been given. The other is the specialized center at the Skane site. That's another one where we feel that, we're constantly asking for funding. This is an opportunity for us to start to bring some of that funding back, right? Sort of like we've done through energy. There's not many areas where we can look, where we can yield dollars that come back, right? I think we've done a tremendous job on the energy front, and we're starting to run out of, options on the energy front. There's new technologies that we're looking at, but it's not going to be able to yield what we've seen through the lighting upgrades that have been done. So we've got to find other avenues to start to generate some funding back into the district. So the specialized center is one of those areas where we can start to bring some of those youngsters back, and then another pre-K based foundation to the building, because it's not just a kicker to raise the percentage rate that the state will fund you at, but it's also dollars that come into the district based on the programming. So, there's different opportunities there. So when we look at it, we're looking at it based on the data, and then we're hopeful that as we work through this, that we can start to come to some sort of an accord. But right now, I know that there is an appetite for the delegation to go to the state to look for funding for these programs, which make a tremendous amount of sense. And we want to be able to start to get this together. We're working on estimates. We're working on site plans, not developed plans, but plans that sort of show how things will lay out on the site, and then how much the construction will cost us. So we're well on our way with all of that. We should be able to share that with you guys in the near future. But, we wanted to make you aware of where we are in that process. I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you. Let me just, because I want to piggyback off of that, because one of the public comments today was about the specialized center and bringing, I think there's a misconception saying that we're going to build this center and anybody in special ed is going there.
No.
We know that's not least restrictive. So that doesn't mean that the LEAP programs or the RISE programs are going to go to the center. This is to bring out of district placements back in.
Yes.
And those programs in those schools will continue running in a way. Yeah.
I think there's different parallel paths here, right? So when we look at it, we're looking at construction, bringing some of those children back. I think there's some redistricting, smart redistricting that we will be able to do. PJ, the way PJ likes to look at things is in the 4 quadrants, right? We talk about transportation costs. There's opportunities to drive transportation costs when we look at where we have our programming. We can start to, sort of put the programming, throughout these quadrants and really drive the cost of transportation down. So there's a lot of opportunities. The good thing is that we have the data to support all of this. And as we work through the process, I think you guys will see that this is not just to tell us where we have our issues, but this is a document that's also going to help us shape the future of the district in a smart way.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and I really appreciate everything you do. But I just want to be clarified, to be sure, and I'm clear to parents. They understand. Parents, they understand that you, as a director of your facility, and Mr. PJ about the data, you guys bring the information to the board and let us know what's going on in each Bridgeport public school and what you suggest the new school, what you need to change, or how much it costs, and everything. Because people, they think like you or Mr. PJ or the superintendent, they are make a decision to close the school. That we know you're not. It's the 9 board members will be here. You bring it to the table. So I just want to clarify for that, that I'm right or not.
Yep, so the day-to-day, right, we manage the day-to-day operations. Decisions of this magnitude, there's policies already in place that we need to follow. The 3600, I believe, is the policy that governs what we need to do if we want to close a building or shutter a building. But at the end of the day, the board has to make that decision. So now we can start that process. Once we're given an edict, we respond to that edict, we do what we need to do. But once again, our job is to give you guys every bit of data that we possibly can. And we've done that over the years. We've been very transparent on how we operate, what we do. Now we have an outside agency that's come in and has done their own analysis, and they've made several recommendations. And we agree with several of those recommendations. How we get to that final piece is something that we need to work through together. And it's not just the board and us, it's the board, us, the community, it's everyone, hand in hand. One of the struggles that I've had in the 30 years I've been with the district is that we have silos that we got to sort of break. We got to tear the walls down to a certain extent, because we can't keep working in silos where one faction is trying to achieve one thing and another faction is trying to achieve something else. At the end of the day, there's one goal. It's about the children. So we have to start to operate in that fashion across the whole entire district, the whole city, parents, district leaders, politicians, teachers, everyone.
Also, I just want to clarify, because people, they're easy to point, but they don't know how hard you work, and your team, and it's the PJ and the superintendent that have to talk with so many people to be sure you're being grand, to be sure you bring money to Bridgeport Public School. It's easy to appoint, but it's not, they don't come to you and ask you, what do you need, and they're here to support you. And my other question for you is, it's possible, Dr. Avery, and you, if the people from the state are here, it will glad you show them and talk to them and sit down with them. What is your master plan and what we doing, for Bridgeport Public School? Because like you say, we have for one reason we're here, for our children.
Absolutely.
No more question, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. PJ, and thank you, Mr. Garcia, for everything you
So
do.
today I did have my first meeting with the state folks. So we have started the conversations. I know we're setting up another meeting to start to get into the facilities master plan. Once again, there's more focus. We need to take this opportunity while everyone's focused to start to move the ball.
And thank you for both departments. You guys and your teams are amazing. I really appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
We're gonna go to Mr. Sakalovic, then Mr. Traver, and then Ms. Casimir.
Thank you. Yes, you mentioned, you're ready to move on Harding and Skane for new construction bonding. What's the drop dead date for approval of the plan to build the building?
Ideally, the first week of April-ish, the board sort of says, we like to move forward on this, to give the council time to make sure they get this into the capital plan, because one of the resolutions is that we have to show that they've approved to go to bond. We don't have to go to bond, but we need that approval saying that when the time comes, we will go to bond for it. So first week of April, then the council will do their activity. There's a host of other resolutions that we've got to go through, the ed spec, which we can create, in parallel of all of this. Then you guys will bring the ed spec back to you. You guys will approve that ed spec. And then we're taking all of this data, resolutions and everything else, packaging it. We're putting in, I forgot it's the SEG, don't quote me on a number right now. It's kind of late. But we will put in the application in June, and then typically somewhere in the late fall, we get approval. And then at that point, we'll start to do schematic design and things like that, feasibility studies. And then, we'll start setting scheduling for.
Follow-up question. How do we avoid a repeat of basic BMA? And can we get approved for the bond without saying which schools we will be consolidating, if any? Or we just want to build a new Harding for 750 students?
I mean, there's some nuances there. I'll sort of get that information back to you guys. But I believe we can start the process as you guys are working through. I mean, remember, this would take us somewhere around 4 years to get these projects done. So it's not like They're gonna happen right now. You're gonna have some time to work through the data. We're gonna have meetings. We got to get the community involved. There's a lot of pieces that we've got to work through. But, I think the key is to get something to the delegation right now, while we're working through this, so we can secure. I mean, we're talking somewhere in a magnitude of around $200 million is, what we're projecting right now. And then, there's the percentage basis of what the city's gonna have to put up as part of that. So, and then on top of that, we've discussed the fact that we've done some things when we look at these buildings to make sure they're highly efficient buildings. And then we're gonna have pre-K as a basis to the programming. So there's two different areas where there's kickers within the school construction grant. So we're giving the delegates a lot of opportunity to go ahead and ask for a higher reimbursement rate.
Harding is tear down, rebuild, or?
Harding is a tear down, rebuild. Skane will be a tear down, rebuild. So we start fresh. We can really tailor the programming for what the 21st century calls for. We have a lot of buildings that, are so up in age that we cannot provide a 21st century education anymore. There is a gap when we talk about equity. There's a gap in how we're educating our children right now in Bridgeport.
I had one more question, but I forgot.
And I also want to, before Trevor goes, this will also be presented in front of City Council prior to the uniform. So they will be understanding of the facility master plan, since we're going to seek money from them. Presenting to the City Council, it'll be presented to them by Dr. Avery.
Yes, I believe it's the 26th.
And
And the delegation also. 26th of this month will be at the Education Committee for the council. So we can have the same dialogue like we've had with you folks. So they can ask questions. They can get a sense of where we are on things. So there's a clear understanding. Right now, the most important thing for us to do is communicate. And that's what we intend on doing with all the stakeholders.
Mr. Traber, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that timeline you just laid out. I'm very excited about all the work that's been done. I feel like I've begun to scratch the surface of it. This thing is daunting. And I haven't begun to scratch the surface of my neighbors and people I know that will be affected. But just what you just said really dismayed me. Because I think it's at least 2 months before we can make a decision.
So we're not, there's no action taken tonight.
I got you. I just want to say, we set these community meetings for the end of the month. And to me, these community meetings are the beginning. I said last week at the facilities meeting that I was upset about us using the think tank, whatever it is. Thought exchange, because I think it's premature. I spoke today and I really appreciate PJ and Jeff getting the program up on the website. I looked and looked and couldn't find it on the website. Now it's like you get to the website and boom, it's there. And so now people can find it. And so as of this afternoon, you can go to the Bridgeport Public School website and you can find the 2 presentations and watch them. And you can find this packet and go through it now. But prior to this afternoon, you couldn't do that. So how can you on Thought Exchange? Yeah, you had to download it, Dr. Avery. You had to find it and download it somehow. And old folks like me couldn't find it and download it. So it was not easy. It was not accessible. And yet we had 150 people respond to Thought Exchange. And I saw people responding just like me. I don't know how I feel about it. And so I thought it was premature for us to Thought Exchange. I thought that should have come up after the 3 citywide meetings. And to me, those were the sort of beginnings of discussion in our community, like you're going to have with the city council at the end of the month, where people are going to start talking about this idea and what does it look like and, how exciting can it be? And me, I'm reading it now. I was away a week and then I came back and I saw the presentations and I'm going through it. I'm getting excited and I'm thinking, okay, these are good. And in my neighborhood, it's the first new school that's been built in, I don't know, 50 to 100 years, other than the high school, elementary schools. And so that's an exciting thing. So I have some concerns and I need to work them through, and I've said that. But I really am excited about having a new elementary school, and we got to deal with some problems. So I have some questions that I'd like to ask, but I'd really like to assure the public that's watching us tonight, and this is really last week and tonight, the first two meetings where the public can come on and watch it. I'm sure they're not up now, but next, tomorrow or the next day when they watch this meeting, and know that we're going to go, the people have been attacking and saying, oh, it's the same as last year. Oh, we're doing the same thing. We're closing schools. Oh my God. Our other detractors. And no. We did a really thorough study, unbelievably thorough study. And we have this amazing stuff to show you that we looked at. And now we've got a plan, and we're not just closing schools. We're going to build new schools, state-of-the-art schools for our kids. And we're going to do some amazing stuff, and we're going to renovate schools. And finally, my old school, Blackham, is going to get a rebuilt. Fine. And you and I have joked about that for years.
Told you we get it out.
It's going to get its rebuild in 2 phases. The only way to do it. So we're moving in a good direction, and we got to sell that idea that we're really going to do something good for the schools of Bridgeport. Is it the right way? Should it be done differently? That's the discussion we need to have. And we need to focus on that with people. And instead, it's, some people are saying, hey, you idiots, that's what the previous superintendent wanted to do last year, and you were too stupid to see it. And other people are saying, oh, no, this is, come on, folks, stop. This is not the same thing. This is a really good, hard, sincere effort. Let's have the community conversation. Let's tweak the tweaks that we got to do, and let's move it forward in a timely basis. And then we're going to follow the policy that we didn't follow last year. So by no means is this the same. But that policy can't even get started till after those 3 community meetings at the end of the month, when we make a decision. And if that means that some schools are going to be closed, as has been proposed, those schools need to have that community process that's spelled out in the policy.
Yeah, that is
And so
part of the process is to, if the board decides to close a school, then we create a closing committee where there will be public hearings at those schools.
Fully.
That's aside from the 3 community forums that we're
And we
doing.
need to make sure everybody understands we're committed to that, and that's how it's going to work. And we all know that, but a lot of people in the public are throwing out all kinds of misinformation about that. And so we need to sell all that and understand that this is just a proposal that you guys have spent a lot of work developing, a lot of fine ideas, a lot of great information, and it may not be perfect, and it may not be exactly what we want to see or they want to see, but that's what we're going to be spending some time now talking about. And that's what we're just beginning the process. And then we got to vote on something, you're saying, in a few weeks.
Well, I think if I may, we've been very, very clear on how we approach this study, what we've done as we've been building up to this. We've hit our mark in terms of the schedule that we've provided to you guys early on. But there is gonna be there's gonna have to be a time where we're working in parallel on things that are within that plan as we're starting to work through it. Because, you have to look at the timing, you have to look at the opportunities that are out there. We keep on waiting and we keep kicking the can. We can't do that anymore. I've been in this district 30 years.
You've been very clear. I'm not suggesting otherwise, George. And the only thing that wasn't clear to me was that we had to do it and get it before our delegation in this legislative session. And so we had to present it to them by April. That's a new one for me.
Well,
And I'm not criticizing you.
well, we don't have to present it to, we're not going to present it to the delegation in April. What we're doing is we're getting ahead of the fact that if there is an opportunity at the state level right now based on special ed and pre-K, and if we can get a kicker at a higher reimbursement rate, and we have to stay here to really verify and validate the information that we have to take that opportunity. In my humble opinion.
I hear everything that you're saying. I just am concerned that we not vote on anything until we've heard from the public. And that we need to engage the public before we vote.
That's what we're doing.
No, I understand. So by our April meeting, we will have not engaged the public.
We will have had community forums by then. Yes, we would have.
First, the second, and third.
That's the beginning of the engagement from my point of view.
April, we're not voting to close schools. We're voting to either, the vote will be either build a new school or not. That's not meaning that we're gonna vote that on the first week of April to close schools.
I respectfully slightly disagree with you on that. And so I'm just saying, you just need to understand my point of view here. I'm not asking you to agree with me or disagree with me. I just want you to see, from my point of view, I saw that as the beginning of a community discussion, not an agreement that says we can go ahead and vote to initiate this plan now. And so I'm seeing it differently. So I hear you,
Yeah, it's two different things, though. Building, it's building a new school and closures. Those are two different things.
I see voting,
And he just said it takes 4 years to build a school, so we're not, that's gonna be a longer conversation, closing schools.
I didn't see them quite so separately, so I'm seeing it differently. And so but I really love, I'm not being critical. I love having a new building, a new school in my neighborhood. So I just I'm concerned about that timeline, but we can present it, certainly. We should be presenting it to the delegation. It's just us voting by then to approve a plan. I'm a little concerned about that timeline. So that was my only point tonight.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Nicole has a question then, or a comment, and then Ms. Pastor.
Madam Chair, the issue here, just like Judge indicated, I could tell the process. I was the budget director for the city. I did the budget, capital budget. You have to, the council needs to approve a plan, a capital budget plan of the city's share, in order for the legislators to go before the State Bonding Commission to make their case, showing that Bridgeport is willing, Bridgeport is ready, Bridgeport is able. We've come to a point, to be very honest with everyone, that Bridgeport has to show some good initiative for every other major town to emulate. It's about that time that Bridgeport show very progressive initiative of building expanded special education school or program, because it's a chronic problem in the entire state. We have to be the model for other towns to follow. It's come to a point that Bridgeport has to be a good model for other towns to follow. And this is where and when to prove it.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Casimir.
Sorry. Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
is there any part of the recommendations from this agency that did the analysis? Are there any parts that you do not agree with, or that you would say to yourself, I don't know, they may have missed the mark on this one? Just curious.
I mean, we all work collectively. I think the process was very thorough. We didn't leave anything uninvestigated. We went through every single building, every closet, every crawl space. I mean, listen, I know this. I've known the district really well. I know it intimately now. I feel that the group that we had has done tremendous work. They gave us all the time that we needed, and we spent a lot of time with them. And it's not just the facilities condition assessment. We have all of the other data. We know where all of our programs are now. We know, what our usage is, not only in the building, but in the classroom now. We've been able to use heat maps to sort of see where these kids are coming from that are going to these programs. Like, we have the kind of data now that we need, that we've needed forever, that we've been advocating for a very long time. And now we got to put it into action, right? Because it's easy for this to become a stagnant book that, we sort of look at and say, wow, that is a intimidating document. We cannot let that happen. We have got to act now. We've got to work in parallel paths. I think we have to be strategic in how we move forward, but this is an opportunity, right? This is an opportunity. And I've seen so many opportunities come and go in Bridgeport. And in good conscience, we need to act.
So is the answer to my question, yes, that you do agree with the analysis?
I agree with the analysis. Now, the closure of schools, that is something that the board has to come to grips with on what they want to do and how they want to do it. We just looked at conditions, based on dollar amounts and utilization.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, a couple questions. First comments. If you were to get the grant in by June 2025, what year would we expect Harding to be completed?
Can we use like the new East End school instead of Harding so we're not confusing anybody?
Yeah, it's the East End site, we'll call it.
East End site.
The East End site. We'd probably start construction in 2027, but it's midnight and I started work very early, so I will verify these dates for you and get them back to you. And duration for building at that scale is probably 24 to 36 months. Because we'll be, tearing down the site and re-engineering the whole entire site. Everything would be on the site, so we'd have on-site circulation to really get rid of a lot of the traffic that we have in that area. And then we have opportunity to work with traffic engineering and sort of, start to put elements into that area to slow things down, make things smarter.
So opening
28, 29.
2030 latest.
Yep.
And then
28, 29.
28, 29.
But don't quote me on that. I'm going to get you the data on how long that program, because we have a lot of work that's already done, so I can give you that tomorrow.
And in the meanwhile, does the plan call for the children to remain in their schools?
Absolutely.
Until the completion of the project?
As you know, one of the challenges, and when you look at the study, one of the biggest challenges is swing space. Because for instance, if you take if Blackham had a different layout, we wouldn't be able to do anything because we'd have to house them elsewhere. We just can't do it. So this opens up some opportunities for us here to be able to do multiple programs at one time, which typically we wouldn't be able to do.
My question, as far as I lost again. As far as the East End site, I don't have the same concerns as Mr. Traber as far as improving the building, so long as we can remain adept in how we fill that building. Because whether it's to take, because there's issues with the program in my head, is take all 4 schools in walking distance and all that, rather than redistricting the people closest to Harding, which could possibly reduce transportation costs, and then spread out the additional 300 odd students around the other entire district, and take a holistic look as which would be more savings on transportation, there, whatever way that ends up shaking out, we'll have the building ready to move on whatever the plan is.
These are all business decisions at this point. They're all decisions that will drive the bottom line into the future.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Any question?
Mr. DeQuo doesn't understand the complexity of the discussion with the neighbors. And that's all I'll say. You may see it as Bridgeport needs to prove itself. And frankly, sir, with all due respect, we've teased and joked a little tonight about being on which side of the fence. But God help me, I could spend a long time talking about 25 years of what the city needs to prove and why. and hasn't, but I won't. But in this particular case, what we want to do is make sure that the people being affected by this decision feel comfortable, given they were traumatized a year ago. And that's my point. And so even the master plan schedule that I referenced a moment ago with George says that in March and April, we will be discussing the implementation of this plan. And so to suddenly say that the board's going to say to people, oh, here it is, we're voting on it, they're going to feel like we didn't listen much. And we need to make sure that we listen. And that's the difference between us and what happened to them a year ago when they were traumatized. And so that's what I want to make sure we do right. And I do hear what Joe just said, and I hear what the chair was saying a moment ago, and I hear what George is saying. And I do understand the reason, sir, for why the state and the delegation and how bonding works. I've been through it enough because I've watched the political machine in this town make sure that the East End didn't get the schools it needed for the last 35 years in this town, which is why they're in such disrepair. As they built new schools in Black Rock and other neighborhoods to the neglect of my neighborhood. But I do want to make sure we listen to what the people in my neighborhood say before we make a decision.
Any further questions? Mr. Scully.
Can we move up a timeline and have a community forum in the East End in the next week or two to get input on our. Well, it's been advertised as school closing plans and facilities.
We have not advertised it as that, that's for sure.
No, well, that's the way it's being.
Yeah, I mean,
perceived. No,
Well, yeah,
I mean,
because people on social media might perceive it that way.
Right.
People
And
post
there-
things like that.
and there's a lot of,
I'm going to Maria Pereira's meeting in 2 days, 3 days.
yeah, because that being said, with the comparisons of last year there was not one mention of a new school building built. I think the community will be a lot more receptive to a new school being built if the conversation is separated between the new school and then what's going to be. Do you want a new school in your neighborhood, yes or no? Because the consequences for your district and for your area is these children will remain in those conditions for an additional year should we drop the ball.
Just to give you an example, if I may, Madam Chair. The new school is going to go on the football field, right?
yes,
That's the idea. And there's a traffic pattern that would be inside the property
yep,
where you can currently, where you could with the old school, drive in off of Central Ave and around behind the old high school. And in fact, you could stop and go into Doc's office. For those of you who knew Doc, the old president of the BEA, had ran the print shop at Harding High School. And he had his office back there. And you could park your cars back there on your way past the stadium. Well, that whole drive will allow for an off-street traffic pattern for the safety of the students and the staff, which is a tremendous advantage for the elementary school kids. And just the idea of the school being up on that bluff overlooking, I mean, just the whole safety aspect of that is just, it's too bad we can't have a drawing or a draft or something just to let people visualize that.
so I'm working on that actually, on a
That's great.
generic 750 student.
That's just great.
As a
Because
fly through 3D, so you can
Yeah,
sort of get a sense.
people will love that. It is just that idea of being able to see that on that old site will help people. But I'm just, that's the kind of thing that people will want to know and be able to see. I know you don't get an architect's draft, but you get an idea of how different that is. Because all we can think of when we say the old Harding site or the East End site is, oh, that's that building that had the rats and the old guy's camera, those
Yeah.
guys online going through it,
So
run down. So it's just change
Yeah,
the
it'll be
image,
presented in a
change the
different image.
visual, and that's just a, so
And I think it's important that, as we're going through this process, we're also sharing the information that that's shared with us. So just because some buildings are closing doesn't mean we're closing schools necessarily, right? The idea is if all these capital plans are approved in the future, we'd have 4 new buildings throughout the city, not just in one location, servicing those 8 schools or more.
I completely agree.
So I think that's important that the message
Miss
is
Sweeney was complaining
building.
you're gonna close classical studies, and I said, no, you can build you a new school.
Yeah, so that the message is like, the message shouldn't be we're closing the schools, we're building new state-of-the-art facilities, if the board chooses that. Is there any further discussion on this? There is no action item tonight. This will be brought up again throughout the month. Any further business? Is there a motion to?
Motion to adjourn.
So it's moved by Ms. Casimir, seconded by Mr. Benyon. All in favor? Say aye. The meeting adjourns on March 10th at 11:57.
Another minute, it's almost minutes.
11:57.